Okay. Hello.
Hmm. Hello.
How it go?
It's I'm eating.
Hmm. Okay.
Cooked kind of late because my mom is now has a reliable job again.
Oh. Okay.
She only barely got back, so had to make the food fresh.
Okay.
Regardless, hi.
Hi.
Now that I'm live, instead of just sitting furiously trying to eat,
Yeah.
now I
I
get
mean,
to be here on screen, furiously trying to eat.
okay.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
How's the kitty?
See, is she playing on the? She's laying on a bag in the cat cam. It looks like.
She's just laying on a bag.
Yeah, a Taco Bell bag.
Mm.
She she was really enjoying that bag last night.
Is she like my cat and really loves paper bags?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And now my wife has her playing with some of that like the thick bubble wrap, like not the bubble wrap where it's like the tiny little bubbles you pop, but like the big like air bags, but like
Oh, those ones. Yeah.
yeah. So I guess if you hear a big pop, that's
You
probably
know what
why.
happened?
Yeah. Now I'm not sure how much that'll catch on the mic, anyways, because the mic's over here by my desk. It's not really pointed towards the cat cam or where the cat
cat.
is. Yeah. So
I need a cat mic.
a cat mic. Yeah.
You get one of those wireless lavalier mics and just attach it to Stella.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
That it needs to be sensitive enough to hear the purring.
It needs to be sensitive enough to hear the purring, but not so sensitive that it doesn't like destroy the audience's like ears. Because it's like, because what if she like scratches it or she's running around and all this stuff.
If they die, they die.
No. Um, no.
Hmm.
Anyways, I feel like
Also, to decide who hosts, what's your buff?
oh, let me go check because I'm in the Memorial Hall because I like the music here better, and I figured why am I having just the standard lobby sounds be the music, like the music while I have the starting scene screen? Why not have the actually really cool music in the Memorial Hall? So yeah, let me go down to the lobby.
Hopefully, this time we actually run into a goddamn corn fuser.
Let's see. I have Red Rock Blaster. That's that's the health increase, so that's pretty good.
Yep, you win, so that means you host.
Okay. Um, if my Steam overlay would just work, that would help. Did Steam literally just kill itself? Hello? Oh no. Okay, it was being stupid. Okay.
It's Steam Miracle. Oh god.
No. Steam's fine. It like flickered, I guess. But like, anyways,
I
invite to
repeat,
game.
Steam has fallen.
Steam has fallen. Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, in the past week during my some of my off time, I decided to actually do the promotion missions for my engineers. Now I have 2 stars.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, because my promotions have just been sitting there for like eons. I'm like, maybe I should just get them in. That way, like the XP I gain actually goes towards something.
You know, that sounds like a decent idea. Also, how's it going there, Foggy? Thank you for the head pat.
Not bad. Not bad.
Stir fry is good. Made Mongolian pork. I'll probably could have made it a bit saucier.
Sauce is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what a lot of East Asian cuisine is kind of based off. It's like, here's a bunch of vegetables and some proteins, in like very wonderful tasting sauces, and like
brisket.
noodles and like rice
top
or
of, like,
whatever.
rice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any vandalizing or destruction of company property will be deducted from your pay at the end of the month.
I mean, that's like a vast like overgeneralization of Asian cuisine, but like a lot of it is exactly that.
Especially the Asian cuisine commonly consumed within the U.S.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, actually, using the broader term of Asian here is actually still accurate, because if you go to like
An Indian place.
yeah,
Or...
if you go to Indian cuisine, it's also like very like sauce heavy, because it's basically like vegetables and proteins cooked in a sauce. Actually, just sauce in general is just in a lot of cuisines, because like Italian cuisine is also like very sauce based, right?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like, what's it? I should have made this a bit saucier. It's still good, but it's more like a glaze that got like caramelized onto the stuff rather than a sauce.
That's still pretty good though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and in a way,
It's very simple too.
You do want to cook. You do want to cook it to the point that it kind of gets to that like caramelization and like glazy type of like texture on the food. But you know, if you want a more saucy, or if you want more sauce content, you have to add more liquid.
Yeah, this sauce I made using soy sauce. Was it first? I cooked everything, stir fried everything up and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I deglazed the pan using Shaoxing cooking wine, and then once it was deglazed, I then used soy sauce, minced fresh garlic, minced fresh ginger, a little bit of black pepper. Made a little bit of cornstarch slurry just to thicken it up.
Mm-hmm.
And then brown sugar and a little bit of black pepper and some red chili. Was it red chili?
Sounds pretty good.
Yes, I went heavy-handed with the ginger.
Oh yeah,
the ginger and garlic. It's really good.
Oh yeah, no, ginger and garlic.
Especially fresh ginger and garlic.
Yeah, if you're doing like, again, this also very broadly applies to Asian, not just East Asian, because Indian cuisine will use garlic and ginger as well. But like putting minced garlic and ginger in like any dish will almost always be like a top tier thing to do with that food.
Sauce content A? Oh, I meant actual food.
Yeah. Like just garlic in general kind of goes in almost every single cuisine I can think of.
And to think garlic was regarded for a long time, like for quite a while in Europe, garlic was regarded as like food of the abject of was seasoning of abject poverty.
I mean,
because peasants in like medieval Europe love their fucking herbs and garlic and stuff like that, because they couldn't get spices, but they could get herbs.
Yeah, well, and if you're someone who like maybe has like some kind of like health condition where like you can't consume too much salt or whatever, compensating with garlic, herbs, and other spices can go a long way to make food still taste delicious.
Punch yourself in the face with flavor.
Yep.
I'm doing pretty good. I just polished off a bowl of Mongolian pork and rice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, earlier I had some calabasitas.
You know what? Is it a bit ironic for me, a native, to not be the biggest fan of squash?
I mean, not really. It's just like it's a taste thing. In fact, for a long time, I thought I didn't like squash because when I had it as a kid, I was not too fond of it, and my dad doesn't like anything in the squash family, and this includes melons.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And so like whenever we would, so like whenever he would talk about that, I was like, oh yeah, I don't really like squash. Like, yeah, but I like cucumber and like some melons and stuff. But that's probably it's probably just because those are sweeter or something. I don't know. Um, but I just kind of assumed that like like zucchini and like yellow squash and other just generic squash type stuff like I was not into for a very very long time until like I don't know a year ish ago. I like decided to try calabicitas like tentatively at like at a Mexican place not too far from where my dad lives.
Mhm.
And I was like, holy shit, this is actually good. I just need to add a little bit of salt and pepper because I felt like they were a touch bland. Um, and I was like, oh my god, that actually works. Okay.
Yeah, that is true. There's slushy. That is true.
And
People
so,
who love cow.
yeah. And so, like, a couple months ago, I decided to actually, like, learn how to make calabacitas for myself. And, oh my god, it's good.
Yeah, no, like I'll eat it, and there's some dishes that have like squash in them, like ooh, it's good. But like, of all the vegetables, like squash, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I would eat, like, squash kind of, like on its own, but in cooking and stuff, it works shockingly well, for, at least for,
Also, you can make pie out of pumpkin, which is a squash,
yeah. I've never
a
been
really big squash.
I've never been fond of pumpkin. That was another reason why I thought I wasn't into squash, just because I've never liked pumpkin.
Really?
I've liked pumpkin seeds, but that's because they're basically like that's pretty different from the rest of the.
Ooh, potato pierogies are fucking good, slushy.
Yeah.
Pierogies are good.
Yeah, I've never had any kind of pierogi, so I can't really speak to that.
They're dumpling adjacent. I don't know the specifics enough about pierogies to be thing, but like in my mind, they're kind of dumpling adjacent.
Yeah, I suppose that would make sense.
Anyways, let's see what we want to try out. Let's get.
Oh, yeah.
Going.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, the only kind of special assignment I have available is like the Hurricane guided rocket system, and I think that's for Gunner, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you have something that you want to do, we could do that. I'm not too picky.
Let's just start the weekly priority, just because we still need to look for those damn corn fusers.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it was really weird. Well, last week was weird in a lot of ways. In fact, if you're watching us on YouTube, you might be wondering, where was last week? Yeah, I didn't put it on YouTube. It was that bad.
Yeah, last week was terrible. Like, network issues galore.
Yeah, and then also, like, I think because we were both both of our moods got soured by that, I think just even our content was just kind of bad, not gonna lie.
Yeah, would make sense. Are you had Sao Pao? No, I have not had Sao Pao, if that's how you say it.
But hopefully this week we enjoy ourselves more. Also, what difficulty do we want to go on?
Has 4, bitches!
Has 4, let's go!
Also, I gotta say this. The one thing I always... What was it? I had it in Vegas, in like Korea/Chinatown, that whole part of Vegas. And I'm sad that we don't have a place that specializes in that in town? Because I fucking fell in love with, soup dumplings. Oh god, soup dumplings are so good.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've kind of learned, especially with me having much more particular tastes than like most people, is that like if you kind of want like particular types of food, you just have to learn how to make it yourself, because like sometimes like restaurants and stuff just won't have it, or they won't have it, or they'll have one that like is kind of weird or has something you don't like, or maybe just like isn't very good in the first place. And so learning how to make it yourself, you could like not only like make it, but you can make it to your specific taste, and so it's like amazing. So yeah. Also, did we get the buff?
Oh yeah, we should probably do that. Also, steam buns. Ooh, steam buns. Steam buns are great. Like, I had the pork buns, like steamed pork buns. Those are so good. But every time I have a steamed pork bun, I keep thinking about the game Sleeping Dogs and one of the vendors. Because in that game, you can eat, like, food and you get buffs and all that type of stuff. And, like, you just buy it from vendors in the world. And literally, the vendor who sells the pork bun is like, a man is not complete till he has pork bun. Like, He has a bunch of different lines just trying to sell you his pork bun. And like, good on you, pork bun man.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of a meme I saw you post, I think today. You play ODST to be a normal UNSC soldier. I play ODST for Kebab Man. We are not the same.
Same.
I felt that so hard because I love Kebab Man. I love him.
Oh, you're going to the old city. Here, take two kebab.
Yeah. Dude, what if we got like a spin-off game that was about Kebab Man? Like a spin-off of a spin-off.
And then spin that off.
Yeah.
What are we, the fucking MCU?
No, the MCU hasn't gotten that deep. At least not yet, though they might.
They're getting desperate.
We die. I love you guys.
Well, the problem is that they might need to go kind of the opposite direction. Also, damn, we're deep.
Hell yeah. The ball's deep in this planet.
Hell
All this
yeah.
is being overrun by good food. Hey, if good food is great for all the senses, it's great. And you know, that's actually kind of the point of like super high level culinary arts and all that. Like,
Yeah.
especially like with the crazy higher stuff, it's like, yeah, they're kind of like art pieces meant to go for all your senses.
Yeah. It's like the idea with like really high level dining is that it's more of like a
Experiential type thing.
yeah, you're paying for the experience, not for the food.
The experience and the taste. Like if it's just like
Well, no, it's really more of the experience because like
Weapon ready.
I think the way my dad put it once, because he's actually been to
fine dining places.
yeah, well, so like he has this friend that he, or I guess business associate from when he did medical residency, whose name is Krishna, so you could kind of guess some things about him. And he lives in Chicago, or at least last I heard he lives in Chicago. And you know, he's invited my dad out for things a couple times. But I remember like I don't know, like 5 years ago, something. My dad came back from that and was talking to me and my brother about it, and it was like, yeah, so you know, the place we went to, you know, and it was all paid for and stuff because like this like friend of my dad is like very well off, you know, because when I say he lives in Chicago, I mean like actual Chicago, not like
like in the actual fucking city.
yeah, so like, you know, Indian doctor living in like downtown Chicago, going to like downtown Chicago places. You can imagine the amount of money that might be going on there. And so yeah, my dad like talked about like what that experience was like a little bit, and it was like I think the way he put it is like the difference between like a $20 burger and a $100 burger is like pretty negligible. Because the $20 burger is still going to taste like really, really good. The $100 burger is also going to taste really, really good. But when you're at a place where you're buying a $100 burger, there's a lot of other things going on, like the way they bring it out to you, the presentation, the type of service that you're getting, you know, all this shit. It gets kind of crazy. My dad personally doesn't really care for that too much, because like he's just not a very ostentatious person, which I can literally relate to. But you know, it is kind of fascinating to hear about this type of stuff.
You know, my uncle is trained with like that to do the super high level culinary stuff and all that, and his opinions are like, it's cool. I'd much rather just make really good food.
Yes, I kind of agree with that mindset. Like, I don't think it's bad to know what that's like, but it's you know, it's maybe not
for everybody.
Well, literally not. It's it's priced out of most people.
A lot of people. Yep.
Yeah. But I think it says something about like the psychology of like very wealthy people that like they get kind of like obsessed with this type of stuff. But like,
Out.
oh shit. Yeah, hold on. Where are you? Okay, you're right above.
Damn those ceiling bugs.
So we have a boss.
I noticed.
Sentry gun needs assembly. Oh, like that.
Okay. Let's see if I can do this.
Do you microwave cheese? I mean, depends on the circumstances. All a microwave does is heat stuff, but sometimes the heat thing is kind of funky.
Yeah. Okay, good job.
Like, I know, like, nacho cheese, it's like, you know what, like, especially if it's like, especially if it's like, that, like, artificial-ass nacho cheese you would get, like, at a ballpark or something like that. Like, you know what, it's, the microwave isn't already gonna adulterate it more than it already has. Has been by manufacturing. Now, if you're like freaking like microwaving like a chunk of Parmigiano Reggiano or something, okay, then I'll have some fucking questions.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I'll have several fucking questions if you're microwaving Parmigiano Reggiano.
Oh my god.
He keeps knowing that we're trying to go for that sign.
Alright, we got it. Alright, one more wave.
What's the plasma?
Pizza bagels are really good. Yes, they are.
Okay. Dude, so much of this, because of the explosive nature of this boss, there's so much unwalkable terrain. Oh no.
Go restock. Shield. Thanks for sight.
Okay.
Access provided.
Having a thing.
Ow.
You know, slushy, that either sounds like you're next level stoned or you were in prison with that type of food combination. I can appreciate it. Oh god.
Ready, loaded. Platform up. Platform place. I was born ready.
There
Got
we
it.
go. Oh my goodness.
Platform.
There are multiple meteor fragments
Oh my
heading your way.
god.
Oh, come on!
We just got this place, like, not hellified, but now it's getting re-hellified. That's a word I just made up now.
I made a platform.
Oh god, that
Slushy,
is...
bold of you, sis.
Oh god, I don't know which radius is which. Oh god, I think I'm outside of it. Okay. Jesus.
I literally just stood in the center of like 3 of them, but there is the one clear spot between all 3 of them.
Ready.
Holy shit.
Red sugar.
Okay, so anyways, before all that nonsense happened, I was trying to talk about the psychology of rich people. or like what, like learning about their bougie,
Platform up.
Attitudes.
or like with food particularly. So like,
Yep.
when you go to a bougie food place, you get all this like extra
Reloaded.
stuff, and like what you're paying for is like the experience, not the food, right? 'Cause it's like the food can only get so good. Like, yeah, there's like more things you can do, but you get diminishing returns. pretty
Diminishing
quickly.
returns, yep.
Yeah.
I made a platform.
And like, yes, there's always more you could add, but anyone who tells you there aren't serious diminishing returns is fucking lying to you.
Wait,
Or to themselves.
justify using a microwave to cook shredded chicken and melt cheese?
Okay.
Lock and
Um,
loaded.
I feel like we're going the other direction in your chat.
I have okay. I don't have several questions. I have a few. I have a few charges to press.
um,
Also, the sodium does things to a motherfucker. Yes, yes, it does do
What's
things
in
to a
line?
motherfucker.
Platform.
but yeah. Anyways, but I think people who are phenomenally wealthy, I think start like kind of. Oh god, we got a fissure right here too. Oh my goodness.
Platform's nice.
I could barely get a sentence in before some shit happens. Fucking, what was I trying to say? So like, did I really just like not? Whatever. Where am I trying to go? Where are you? Oh, you're over there. Okay. So I think with wealthy people who get like really into like this bougie shit,
I heard a Hulu order.
okay,
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I think he already fucked off. Damn it.
that may be the case. I think rich people kind of have this like mentality of like they're not really concerned about like the functionality or of something per se, or like how the quality, or like it's like there's something about them that makes them want these more like fluffy, superficial experiences, I guess, if that makes sense. Where it's like
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
where it's like they're not
I-
caring about the substance of it so much, they're caring more about the actual like
appearance.
yeah, like presentation and stuff like that, which does explain a lot about like how, you know, very rich people kind of behave, right?
Like one thing I remember is like caviar. I tried caviar before. Like this is literally just saltwater balls. It's fishy saltwater balls. There's nothing
it
special.
is really interesting how like when you get to like really bougie cooking, like caviar suddenly appears like fucking everywhere. Like it's like like it's really weird because you never hear about caviar outside of that exact setting. Like, it's just not a thing that like your normal like middle class or working class type person really cares about.
Also, you know, it's a superior way to make a really good way to make nachos. So you take a sheet pan, cover with foil because you're going to do dishes after this. But take a sheet pan, spread out your tortilla chips all across the sheet pan, then spread out all your toppings that can handle heat. So cheese, protein, any of the ingredients that you're putting onto your nachos that can handle the heat or you want them to melt, put them on top of those tortilla chips on the sheet tray. Then bake them.
Born ready.
And then after you get done baking, either melting cheese or warming it back up if you're using like a cheese sauce,
Suck on
and getting
this,
everything
you
nice
freak.
and like toasty and everything inside the oven, take it out, then put your ingredients that need to stay colder, like salsas and all the other type of stuff on, what was it, just before serving.
What he
Let's be
said.
real here.
One platform.
A lot, you can still use the microwave for some stuff because, let's be real here, we're lazy.
Yeah, well, and depending on what the food is, microwaves are really good at reheating something.
Oh yeah, hell, rice is one of the things that preserves its texture very well through microwaving.
Yeah, I would say my main advice would be add like a little like splash of water into the rice, so you kind of like re-steam it
a little bit.
Yeah. In fact, in general, when it comes to reheating, if you could try to like at least somewhat replicate the initial cooking process, that could do a lot for how good it'll reheat. It's like, for example, like, you know, rice, just sprinkle a little bit of water on it, and then like heat it up in the microwave. You'll vaporize that that water, and so you're basically re-steaming it, which is great because that's how you cook the rice in the first place. If you have like, let's say you have some like leftover fries, if you have like a toaster oven or something like that, that's
Or ideally an air fryer.
or an air fryer. Well, both are pretty good. For
Yeah,
that,
air
but,
fryer, like, good god, air fryers. When it comes to reheating things like French fries or anything that's like supposed to be like crispy because it's fried, air fryers are amazing.
yes. If you have something like that, oh god. If you have something like that, that'll go a long way to like kind of re-crispify your fries. Because if you reheat your like fries in like a microwave, they tend to get kind of soggy, and that's like not great. Um, but if you do something like toaster oven, air fryer, you're well refrying it, right?
Yep.
If it sounds French, it's bougie because the French invented like 85% of Western cuisine. I mean, like, you're right about the bougie part. I don't know about the 85% of modern Western cuisine. I don't even
They
think that's...
invented 85% of modern bougie cooking.
Maybe 85% of the bougie stuff, not 85% of Western cooking in general. That's not even close to true.
That's the poor people. That's
Honestly, yeah.
Destroy the food nexus, or we will have Clifford spawns on our tail.
Actually, a lot of really good food is just has its origins in a poor person, like a poor like mother wanted to feed her kids, or some shit like that. Come on, let me get the turret. All right, I got the turret up.
Weapon ready.
Here, does Iron will revive me if I kill something, right?
yeah, or not if you kill, but if you get health of some kind.
Oh well, there's the resupply.
Right,
So yeah.
I'm back. I'm taking some of the ammo. Yeah, give me some sugar. Side coming up. Come and get me, you disgusting bug. Reloading. I was born ready. Throwing sizzler.
Okay.
A lot of cooking. Actually, a lot of the cooking techniques that the French did invent are still in use all over the place because people just kind of learn like, oh, I could use this technique to do this. Like hell, I mean, freaking French fries are literally like, you just took potatoes and julienne cut them. Why is it called julienne? Because of French cooking.
Yeah.
Because the French name most of those fucking techniques. French.
Grabbing ammo. Weapon ready.
When they're not burning their own country down, they're naming everything when it comes to cooking.
Yeah. Or they're pillaging Africa. As recently as like
This year.
yeah, actually. like like this is like one of this is something that I've like learned recently about France. Like, oh, France is actually maybe one of the worst might actually be like the worst like European country when it comes to this shit. They were engaging in colonialism way later than other countries in a way that's really shameful. Which like, I
There's
know,
a reason they're like, unfortunately, their exploitation of Africa is also why their nuclear power is so cheap as well.
yeah,
Because guess where most of the uranium comes from? The place that's about to possibly, maybe, hopefully not ignite in war.
yeah, yeah. I
Platform created.
yeah, I don't know a ton about what's
Going on over there.
yeah, like, or it's like, I mean, I know like some of it, probably more than the average American, I'm sure, because I know something, but
Yeah.
like, but when it comes to a lot of African politics, I'm like so out of my like league in terms of like understanding.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, we're worried about our shit, okay? Like, there's...
Yeah, well, it's not like I don't care, it's just like,
Again, we have our issues, and those take precedent just by virtue
Yeah.
of we fucking live here.
yeah, and like different like African nations will have different like qualms about different European powers and stuff. It's not all exactly the same. Like it all boils down to like, hey, colonialism bad, but like the specifics get muddy pretty fast. Especially when you get like nations that have like ISIS presence and stuff like that. then it gets like a whole number.
You can still
level of
argue
complexity.
that their nature of the colonial empire. Again, I'm not too in depth about the situation in Africa, but like from how it sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it qualifies, and that's shitty that it qualifies.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think the development of Africa is going to be very important to pay attention to throughout like the 21st century and stuff. But like, it's just so hard to pay attention to it all the time, or it's hard to give it the attention it deserves because of, well, everything else going on, right? That's why politics can get very kind of a pain in the ass to talk about sometimes, because it's just like there's so much to know, and it's really important to know, and it's also really exhausting to learn about or try to like have honest discussions about, because you know certain issues people get like so.
There's a need a side breeder somewhere.
Okay. There are some issues that some people get so like bad faith about so quickly. It's just it can become a very big pain in the ass.
Going for the breeder.
But to the extent that someone's being a good faith actor, I'm pretty much always willing to talk about, or at least attempt to talk about stuff with them.
Reloaded. Ammo taken. Yes.
You want to say this? Wagner is literally the Russian colonial force. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's just true. Yeah.
yeah. Well, in like yeah, no, the Wagner group is. Well, basically, if you can come up with like, hey, what's an evil thing that like Europeans are known for doing? The Wagner group did that, or at least wants to do that. Like maybe they didn't succeed in doing a certain evil thing that Europeans have historically done, but they definitely want to.
Yeah, I just thought about the South Park gag of well, the Simpsons did it, but it's the British did it because of evil colonialism.
Yeah, or the French, or the Spanish, or the Dutch, or the Portuguese.
What's the usual Dutch colonial practice? Oh, what was it? Procedure? We got guns and Jesus.
And money. It was actually mostly money.
We gotta use guns and Jesus to obtain money.
But yeah,
Reloaded.
Supplies are coming.
and then like,
Also, Wagner is, Wagner is the reason COD is gonna have freaking like a villain for the next like decade and a half, maybe 2 decades, who knows?
yeah, I also wonder what's gonna happen with the Wagner group, because Prigozhin is
Oh yeah,
dead.
Pringles is dead.
Yeah, so I'm like, are they even gonna exist in a month? Because like,
I don't. Well, you know what? With Pringles gone, I'm wondering if Wagner Group will just like destroy themselves from the inside out.
well, that's the thing, they might, because there's like now there's a power vacuum there, and well, considering they're basically a neo-Nazi terrorist organization, like, you know, those aren't the most stable organizations in the world.
Cool, they're pretty even health.
Yep. Hit.
Nope.
Very good.
What? He just teleported. Just straight up teleported. He didn't even dig. The fucker.
It's okay, I got him.
Threat eliminated. Activate the transponder on the mule. We'll send in an
I see he
extraction
martyrdomed you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Next round is on me. Getting more ammo. Feel much better now.
Ready to
You know
kill
what,
some more
Jared? I think you're right there.
threats.
Wagner's probably just gonna get incorporated because Russia's already shown they're okay working with those types.
Let's see. Considering the Kremlin's been fine with a neo-Nazi group running around until they challenge their power, I'm sure they'd be fine integrating Wagner. They might be. It's a little bit hard to say. It kind of depends on how many. I guess it depends on whether or not you have other like people and how committed the people in Wagner were to Prigozhin's ideas or to like the group's ideas,
Russia.
or to Russia, right? Because if they're willing, it's like, because like because there's like they were willing to march on Moscow, right? They were this close to like taking over the country, at least briefly. And then they just like, and then Prigozhin just said like, no, we're gonna stop, and well, now he's dead, so that he certainly accomplished a lot. I'm sure people feel great about that right now. I don't know. It's weird. It's a very weird situation.
Russia's just turning in the room where the people in the cities are distracted, but everybody else in power is like fuck.
Well, I mean that's like fascism in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. There's more details, both in the case of Russia and fascism in general, but like, you know, I mean, it's in a nutshell, not necessarily like the perfect nutshell.
More of a lumpy nut rather than a nut that's good for retail.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also was gonna say Wagner just casually doing what they did and then backing up was a good example, set an example of like, oh, yeah, Russia's not that capable as we thought they were.
Well, no, I mean, like, it made Putin look incredibly weak.
The mules are successfully retrieved. Make it snappy, team. The drop pod won't hang around forever.
The dollar store nut.
The dollar store
Don't you
nut.
dare! Don't you dare disparage the dollar store. That shit's coming clutch so much. Other than their nuclear arsenal, Russia's a pretty big paper tiger. Seems.
I mean, it's not just their like the nukes are obviously the big thing, but like
But it's just like, this whole Ukraine thing's exposing them, just like, oh.
Yes, they're weaker than they should be, but they're not like utterly like they're not
Assignment mission complete.
they're still a superpower in a way.
Mm-hmm.
A very, or I don't know, maybe superpower might be overstating it because of how weak they've been, but like I would not overstate their weakness, but there is a shocking amount of like weakness within the Russian government and military.
Call of Duty gave them way too much credit.
Yeah. But you know, isn't this just like so like typical of like fascist countries? That they project so much strength, but their actual strength is like almost non-existent.
Was it Nazi Germany? It's all fun and games till the meth and oil runs out.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. They might. I mean, well, like, and that was like literally like the strategy with Ukraine was to try to do a blitzkrieg, and they failed, which is really bad because you know what, like Germany did actually succeed in their blitzkrieg. Like they conquered France like shockingly quickly. And it's not like France was like a weak power at that time. France was considered like one of the possibly the strongest military in the world at the time. Like, you have to remember, the legacy of Napoleon was very strong for France.
And also, I think people make fun of France for surrendering so quickly, but here's the thing. France was just trying to avoid the same bloodshed they just barely got done with in World War One.
Yeah. So that's part of it, is that they were still reeling a bit from that, because the Western Front was in France.
Because remember,
War I.
the Argonne, the fucking, what was it, the Somme, the Verdun. France was fucked up by World War One.
Yeah. So, you know, that obviously helped a lot with Germany actually pushing into it and stuff.
Yeah, basically,
but
France's leadership were just hoping to reduce reduce unnecessary bloodshed. It didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, and so, but coming back to the, fascist Germany here, it was a lot of their strategy was about, like, try to just quickly conquer Europe so that they would just be uncontested on the global stage.
Basically,
Other than their allies, basically, because I think if the Axis powers won, they would have eventually turned on each other. The timeline of that, how quickly that would have happened, I don't know. There's a lot
I think their ideal timeline was bum rush everybody, set up your new borders, heavily reinforce them, and then chill and recover.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the idea. But unfortunately, while their Blitzkrieg pretty successful initially, the
meth and oil started running dry.
So they had a hard time doing the same thing with Britain, because even just a little bit of water that they have to cross is actually quite significant in terms of military force and advancement. Also, the U.S. was very clearly backing Britain over Germany, even though they were technically remaining neutral. But there's a reason. There are multiple reasons why the U.S. was yanked into the war. It's not like Pearl Harbor came out of nowhere. Not that it was ever justified.
Basically,
but,
America, we were already doing what we're doing with Ukraine right now. Here's a bunch of war materials. We weren't sending troops at the time, we were just sending war materials.
Sindif, have you heard about the time where the British won a battle without even being in the area? Oh, that does ring a bell. I'm a little fuzzy on the details of that, but that does ring a bell in my brain. But I'm just trying to paint a broad picture here. I'm not getting too much into details.
God, now I'm remembering the really obscure event of the only time a land vehicle is actually engaged in quotation marks combat with a submarine.
I don't know. Anyways, I'm trying to as I just said, I'm trying to paint a broad picture, not get lost in the details here. Germany had a harder time getting
broad picture. Are you painting it like this?
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Germany had a hard time doing the same blitzkrieg with Britain, and then the Führer, in his infinite stupidity, decided he was frustrated with that, so time to betray Russia. Such a great idea. It worked out so well that they lost the war faster.
Only decent. Thank you for the bit. They lost the war faster.
because let's be real. This is the broad point I'm trying to make. They were going to lose the war almost no matter, strategically speaking, when we're talking about resources that they had in terms of metals, minerals, oil, stuff you need to actually build your war machines.
Raw chemicals.
And as well as actual population willing to fight in your war. They did not have enough to sustain a war against the other major global powers. They were going to lose in any kind of drawn-out war.
Literally, the more you optimize, all you're doing is making them lose slower. That's it.
Yeah. So that's why they were desperate to have the Blitzkrieg work out, because if your blitzkrieg is powerful enough, like, yeah, you suddenly secure these resources. That's also why a lot of the war was fought in Africa, by the way, because they were very concerned about having the resources from Africa, because that's what they need. They needed those resources to fight in Europe.
They needed the oil. They needed the fucking everything.
So there's a reason why when the Allies eventually won the war in Africa, they pushed into Italy and won almost instantly.
You know what's hilarious also? Like, the insurgencies in Italy was hilarious because you know what's the main fucking insurgency against what was it, the fascist regime in Italy?
What?
The mob.
Yeah.
They were the main insurgents. They literally fed intel and they assisted all of the allies in their actions in Italy.
Yeah.
Literally, the mob is the one who helped the allies take Italy.
Yeah, no, it's kind of. I mean, look, the mobsters might be bastards, but they're not fucking fascists.
It's like you're a dickhead, but that guy's legitimately worse.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of that, that just reminds me of how I'm treating what's it, Asterion and fucking Baldur's Gate. You're a dickhead. You're kind of evil. We're fighting worse, and you're useful.
Yeah. You know, that does remind
Mobs
me.
are fascist, but sure. You know what? True. But let's put it this way: we looked at the two evils available, and we just went with one of them.
So they're not fascists because they're not actually seeking. I mean, they might behave similar to fascism. I think in terms of wanting very high levels of control over their business and using violence to maintain that and stuff like that. But in terms of their ideology is too business oriented to be fascist.
They're more corporate authoritarian-ish type stuff.
Yeah, which is look, that is fascist adjacent. Don't get me wrong.
They're authoritarian.
But fascism is, you get this additional step where you fuse that type of interest with government authority and military rule, as well as blood and soil arguments. And that just and look, mobs do kind of have a bit of a blood and soil thing, because a lot of it's about the family. We've been in this land, we've been in this town for so long, and all this bullshit or whatever that they will kind of puff themselves up with. So there's a little bit of blood and soil stuff, but it's not. But it's more, I guess, focused on their own crime family than it is on the Aryan race, for example. There's different scales here. That's kind of that's what I'm trying to highlight there. It's similar, yes, but it's not identical. Which is part of why the mobsters would have been willing to fight against fascism, because it does actually impede their own
interest.
Yeah,
they did it in their own self-interest.
Oh yeah, they're not being benevolent actors there. By no means are they. Ocelot is definitely not on the same scale. Your family versus your race, vastly different scales. Holy shit, those are hugely different scales. To even say those are the same is ridiculous.
Regardless, it's hilarious seeing evil on evil when you're trying to take Italy.
Yes. Yeah. And this does
There's
remind.
also that weird time when the Wehrmacht fought alongside the Allies at the Castle Itter.
I'm not too familiar with that one.
Long story short, Castle Itter was basically a place where they're holding high-level political POWs.
Ocelot, mobsters are talking about their families, not the entire Italian race. Please stop being stupid about this. You're better than this. Carry on, Rez.
What was it? Castle Itter is where they're holding a lot of high-level POW, political POWs. And basically, what ended up happening is the Allies are moving in to, get those people out. But then the Wehrmacht and the SS were both stationed in the area. The Wehrmacht were like, this situation is fucked. You know what? Fuck this. We're just gonna like, surrender and whatnot. And the SS, being as insane as they are, were like, no, okay, we're gonna start. You're gonna die because you're, thinking about your self-preservation. Then, long story short, the Allies and the Wehrmacht started fighting alongside each other against the fucking SS.
Okay, also, I'm not saying the Italians weren't racist. Of course, a lot of them were. That's part of why fascism was able to rise. Is that there was this cultural attitude of racism that fascists were able to exploit. But when a mob family concerned about their family and the power, maintaining the control of their own crime family in the city that they live in or whatever, is very different scale. It is objectively a smaller scale than an entire nation and an ethnicity. These are vastly different scales. I don't understand why you're equating these two, because this is not like a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact. These scales are different. The attitudes might be similar, but the scales are fundamentally, definitionally different.
Ocelot, remember, their families were their faction. Family's the scapegoat. My brother in Christ, the family was the group that they represent.
Yeah. They were not making arguments for the entire Italian race or anything like that. They were not engaged.
They're saying fuck everybody else and grab ours.
Yeah. Yes, they were very power oriented.
Italian people. They were very racist, and they preferred, they favored the Italian people. But they say fuck the Italian people. I got my family, insert last name here. Because it's more like they have loyalties to their faction within that, which is their family, whatever last names they are now. Because, good God, there were so many of those families. They are on the same shit. They're both fucking evil and crazy. But one was useful to NATO at the time. Well, what would become NATO?
Hello, little love. Hey guys, look,
kitty?
I have like a little cat here.
Everybody, there is a cat on
Hello.
Sin's stream.
There's also a cat cam, but the cat's not on the cat cam. The cat's on the me cam.
Hi.
Wow!
Hi, Foggy.
They are very small.
All right, be free.
They are so small. Everyone, take your bets. Take your bets. Take your bets now. Will the cat grow up to be big, or will it stay small?
Yeah, I guess this is the time to place those bets.
Place your bets now. Will the cat grow up to be big, or will it only get a little bit bigger and stay a small cat?
I mean, I think it'll get bigger. I guess just the question is how much bigger, really.
Yeah, will there be a small adult cat, or will there be a big adult cat?
How old is she? We actually don't know for sure. My best guess... Oh, do you really want to be up here? You want to be on this cam again? Okay, hi. My best guess is that she's like 5 months old, but I don't know.
A vet would be able to tell, but that's also costs money.
Yeah, we haven't been to the vet just yet. We have to because
Does your wife get pet insurance to the?
So she has pet insurance for her dog, but not for this cat, because we just got this cat, right? Yeah. So, but she wants to take her dog that lives with her mom to the vet, and also Stella at the same time, which we're gonna have to manage very carefully, because her Chihuahua does not exactly get along with cats.
I mean, it's a Chihuahua. It only gets along with certain people.
So yeah, this one is gonna have to. We're gonna have to figure that out. But she wants to take them in at the same time, because that's a hell of a lot easier than trying to set up 2 separate appointments.
Mm-hmm. I guess in the future, I do know some place that's cat specialists. So literally all they work with is cats. I'll probably like get you guys their information sometime later on.
Yeah.
But for just like their general stuff, any vet will do.
I just noticed the switch is knocked over.
Well, except for maybe a
Did you
large
knock over
animal
the
vet.
switch without me when I was not here?
Actually, no. A large animal vet probably could do the job, but that's not their specialty.
Yeah. Anyways, point is, haven't taken her to the vet yet, but we want to soon, so that we could, like, you know, maybe do all the standard checkup things, and maybe get an estimate on how old she is, so that I could give you guys a more confident answer. Because I'm just kind of guessing that she's like 5 months, because she's clearly not a kitten, but she is like still kind of small and very cute and cuddly, and her head is kind of small. But you know what? I feel like in the time that she's lived here, she's grown a bit.
Nutrition also does it to a motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 2 weeks of actually getting like fed like regularly will do that.
Nutrition does things to a motherfucker.
Yeah, because I don't know exactly what her circumstances were before we found her, but like she might have literally been starving. So having regular food and water and love and attention and all the toys and bullshit you could see on the cat cam, like, yeah, I'm sure she's just enjoying all of that. And she's such an affectionate cat. Oh my god. That's like the first thing I like noticed about her, other than like her color, I guess. But like in terms of like her personality, it was like she was like immediately affectionate towards me. Like when I picked up my wife from the school she works at, and she got in the car with me and closed the doors. The cat started climbing on my shoulder and jumped down between my legs and like started like sniffing around like the pedals of the car and stuff. And I was like, I was pretty confused at the time because I didn't.
And
you know,
unlike Kitty, she doesn't like turn aggro mode in the middle of being pet.
she has some of those tendencies. I'm a little worried about that, but she's not as aggro. That's for sure.
She doesn't have the petting aggression levels that Kitty does.
Yeah.
Which is an actual thing. It's just like it's like petting a cat. They can literally just for some reason activate their hunter their predatory instincts and like kill.
Yeah, we try to get her more like gremlin zoomy stuff directed towards like all the toys and stuff. She really likes balls. We found out. Like she likes batting around balls, and like you know those like cat toy things that are like a little like circular tower thing, and they have balls on different rings and stuff.
Yeah,
I think you have one for your cat actually. We got her one of those, and she's loving it. And yeah, no, it's
cats know not what to do. All they know is they must kill.
yeah.
Has the cat seen a bird yet?
Yes. Well, she probably saw birds before we had her, because like she was like a stray cat that was found by a student. So, yeah, no,
How does she react to the birds?
She's definitely she definitely becomes like alerted to them if she hears them. But she doesn't really seem to have like particularly strong hunter instincts or whatever. In fact, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't think she was like a wild cat. I think she was
a domestic cat.
Yeah. Well, especially since she's very affectionate towards humans and stuff like that. Like immediately understood the litter box right away. There wasn't like this whole a lot of these standard domesticated cat things. Yeah, yeah. Which is why we were looking around to like see like if there was any lost cat posts about that might fit her or whatever. But like, we just haven't seen those. It's not from a lack of trying. So, so I don't know. I don't know if she's a lost cat or an abandoned cat or something. But I mean, I guess at this point, maybe none of that matters. What matters is that I want her to like have like a good, happy life here, you know?
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking about, like how strong Kitty's hunting instincts are. I'm like, you know what? That's probably because he's from a line of barn cats, not typical domestic cats.
Yeah, that would make yeah, because if you're like barn cats are actually literally like the oldest form of domesticated cat, actually.
They are the kill the vermin so that to leave our green alone.
Yeah, that's like the actual origin point of it, or at least our best guess on the origin point of domesticated cats. Because it doesn't seem like there was really much cat domestication going on in hunter-gatherer days. It was more of an agricultural thing. Which is why they act a little bit more aloof, I guess.
Yep.
Than like dogs. Like dogs are like so like interpersonally loyal and want.
They need people.
Yeah. Whereas like cats will kind of like fuck off and do their own thing for a while. Which is, I mean, personally, I prefer that actually. Like, I'm not huge on dogs for the exact reason that they like are like
needy.
They're very needy, and I can get like, I can get overwhelmed by that type of stuff.
Needy people and needy animals.
Yeah. In fact, like the first week of having Stella here, I had to get used. It was like very overwhelming, like in a lot of different ways. But like it was like overwhelming in the sense like she's so loving and affectionate, and like wants to like crawl on me, make biscuits on me, and stuff like that. And like I want to make sure she's doing okay, and I want to make sure I get worried when I don't know where she is and stuff like that. I'm getting a little bit more used to it. I'm a little bit more comfortable with her just kind of like wandering around the house at night and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Question. If she sees a bird, does she do the thing where she makes that weird like I don't know how to describe the sound.
Like the chirp?
Yeah, the chirpy noise.
The sample size that I've been there for is a bit too small for me to really say. Because like we are mostly keeping her indoors. Though we do have a couple harnesses that we bought, and my wife's made a couple of ventures out to the backyard with her to try to gauge how she can handle being walked around on the harness and how much she enjoys the outside and stuff like that. Because like for her safety, I don't want her to be an outside cat. Because that's a good way for her to die, and I don't want that. So she's going to primarily be an inside cat, but I'm not opposed to her having
walkies.
Yeah, like if walking her around in the backyard, or maybe if we get comfortable and confident enough with her, maybe taking her on like actual walks, like throughout the neighborhood and stuff. That's a much harder thing, but like because she is so young, we might actually be able to
get that into them.
Yeah, because like with the previous cats we had, years ago, they were already adults by the time they were in this household. So like they were not having it. Like I remember we tried putting a harness on Earthy Kitty, if you remember her. And she just refused. Like she would like literally just like lay down defiantly, like, nope, I'm not doing this. I refuse to amuse you. It was kind of funny actually, but
yeah, we thought about harness training Kitty, but at the same time, we're so busy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely, you have to take the time out of your day to do that, and
but yeah,
and again, it works a lot better when they're young. Because even when you got your cat, like he was already like pretty much fully grown.
Yeah.
Um,
He's basically just shy of fully grown.
yeah. So, I am more uniquely well positioned to at least attempt this.
Yep. Yeah, this conversation was enlightening. He's like, oh yeah, that's right. He's the descendant of barn cats. Of course, his hunter's instinct is like really strong.
Yeah. Anyways, that was a long ass conversation between fascism and cats.
That's just kind of the internet.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're totally right.
That's literally the internet. Fascism and cats. We just need porn and we're good.
Anyways,
Fascism, cats, and porn. That's the internet.
Alright, I'm gonna bring my nuke and a lure grenade.
Well, there's the porn.
Okay.
Life is like a dice.
Remember, pornography is an item in Metal Gear Solid. It's very useful.
Yeah. Remember the porn quest in Borderlands?
Mm-hmm.
Just normal things.
You know something I found out about one of the writers? What was it? That was involved in Borderlands 2?
Yeah.
Basically, all the memorable lines that Handsome Jack has none of them were actually written. Like all the ones people remember.
Oh yeah, he ad-libbed most of that shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Literally, apparently, the writer actually mauls about it. Like, literally, apparently, the writer actually mauls about that. No one actually remembers his work. They only remember the actor's ad-libbing.
Honestly, I kind of feel that. You know what? It's like in D&D when like I prepares like an encounter for you guys.
Eagle Eye Johnson.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like I have stuff prepared for you guys, and I have some like what I think are pretty interesting ideas or whatever. And then like you guys will latch on to something that was like not something I wrote at all, something that was just more like a meme you guys made up, or like was like some kind of like weird result from the dice or something like that, and it just sticks with you so hard, and I'm like, okay. And sometimes it does feel like a little bit annoying, like, god damn it, I worked hard on this. Sometimes it's kind of funny. There's variance. I've learned to embrace Eagle Eye Johnson to the point where it's like, you know what, maybe I should do some kind of prequel campaign where Eagle Eye Johnson is a character. Maybe one of you guys could play as Eagle Eye Johnson, and then like there could be like Boar Fang Jackson or something like that. I don't know.
By the way, everyone, Eagle Eye Johnson is literally just a fucking random NPC orc. Was it orc archer that rolled a nat 20 on their perception when we were trying to sneak up on them?
Oh yeah, no. Well, and also landed a lot of shots. Like, so it was like he had really good perception check to like notice you guys. But then also just landed so many shots on you guys where other guys would just miss, and you guys kept noticing that he would keep landing those hits.
Eagle Eye Johnson.
Yeah.
There's no name on them either. We just said Eagle Eye Johnson.
No, literally, he was labeled as Orc Archer. That's it. And he had no special abilities, no special stats. He didn't even have Hunter's Mark. He was like, he just had. It was just an orc with a bow. He shot some arrows, and they did like a very standardized amount of damage. And oh hey, we have meteors in here. Huh. I wonder what would happen if a meteor hit the drill dozer. Anyways, I'm gonna go get these.
Yeah, I'll guard the drill dozer.
Yeah. But yeah, it is funny to think about Eagle Eye Johnson now. At the time, I was kind of mauling. Well, because here's the thing, I've asked you this before, and I'll ask it again. Do you remember Do you remember any of the other enemies in that encounter?
No.
Do you remember
Get ready to protect
a
the drill
warlock
dozer.
in that encounter?
There's a spellcaster?
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Rezdog played a character that really did would go out of his way to try to fuck over spellcasters. Like he had like personal trauma from like spellcasters and stuff, and so he was like a little bit racist.
I almost actually took the goddamn Mate Slayer feat.
Yeah, and it would have made sense actually for your character.
I basically ass.
Yeah, that'll do.
Mrs. still hits it.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I forget I need to arc that a little bit better. It's really easy to forget how thick a fat boy is.
I almost took the Mate Slayer feat, but let's be real here. Great Weapon Master is so fucking good.
Yeah, Great Weapon Master fit a lot better because you had a great sword and you made great use of it.
Have a bullet in the face.
The drill dozer is out of fuel. You need to refill the fuel canisters mounted on its back. Use the canisters to extract any nearby
there's a Betsy
oil
here.
shale, and we'll have the drill dozer operational again in no time.
Oh,
What a chonker!
Suckers.
I said what a chonker!
Taste the pickaxe.
Betsy, you bitch! You ran away where I couldn't follow.
yeah. Hmm? No.
Fine, fat boy. Die. Get to work. There's works all over the place. Zip, zoom. Be gone. Doretta is purring like a kid.
There we go.
Yay. Here, I'll just get working on this. Alright.
Platforms placed. Reloaded.
Now we have a drone that's always here.
Sentry gun needs assembly.
Yeah.
Reloaded.
It's dangerous. In combat mule, what will R&D
Anyways, I feel like I was saying something and I forgot.
Great Weapon Master, there's a Betsy, Mage Slayer.
Oh yeah, my point was that you forgot that there was a warlock in that encounter because you only remember Eagle-Eye Johnson.
Yep. The legendary Eagle-Eye Johnson.
Because like part of the point of that encounter in particular was to kind of hint at the fact because you guys were just initially dealing with like orcs and like some goblins and stuff, and so I threw in an orc warlock because I was going to hint that like actually demonic stuff is going to be the ultimate like thing you're going to be fighting against, and that's going to be like the first little foreshadowing of it.
I actually think we're going on my kid.
You okay, love? You don't know where she is? The back door's not open, is it? No? Okay, well she's gotta be inside somewhere.
The meows come from inside the house.
Oh wait, okay. I'm a little stupid. She's behind the switch. I forgot.
She's very small to hide behind a switch.
Yeah, it's because it's totally blocked by my second monitor, so I didn't see. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm stupid. She's over here. I'm
Is she
sorry.
napping behind it, or is he just like chilling back there?
She looks like she's.
Oh, hey, there's a
Yeah.
infuser here.
I'm sorry. Were you really getting all worried and stuff? Okay, fair enough. What? What about the camera? What do you? You're not using words, love.
Never felt better.
What about the cat camera?
The drill dozer is under attack.
Okay.
Stop before we lose it.
Okay. Who cares?
Send a hacking pod, pretty please.
Roger that. Hacking pod is launched and on its way. Hacking pod in position. Let's get it hooked up to the prospector data deposit. Chop chop team.
Okay.
All canisters fueled. Drill
Dozer is all filled up.
Progress.
Platform.
We got a hacking
Look,
thing back here.
A prospector data deposit.
There's also a corn fuser in this room.
Did the hacking pod actually drop? Where is it?
Yeah, it's over by me.
Oh, it's over by you. Okay. That explains it.
One techno rod on the way.
Here, I should probably go, well, let me grab some of the nitro here, but I should go refill the, my turrets.
Teamwork would speed this up. Just saying.
Connection established to the data deposit.
Yeah,
Activate
close
the
enough.
hacking drone when you're ready.
Yep. You know, I guess it is convenient that this is where the hacking drone is, because my turrets will actually help protect it. In addition to Doretta.
The hack has begun. Protect the pod while it does its magic. We need some pest control on the hacking drone. Hacking has been interrupted. Get whatever is attacking the
Jesus,
drone
it felt like a million Mactera on the freaking
Taxi.
hacking
Time
pod.
to get
Yep.
back to work.
Hacking drone resuming hack.
Get away from me. We gotta protect the Redder! I got the tri-dog! Redder drone down! Bambo! I ain't gonna tell you again! Make every bullet count!
The hacking drone is under attack. Keep it safe so it can work.
Really keeps an armor open.
Where is this drone? There it is. I'm trying to like keep Doretta up.
God, I got surrounded by so many goddamn little tiny ones.
Guys, keep those bloody bugs off the drill dozer!
And this area is just slightly too tight to
Better stand back.
do the nuke.
The hacking drone is at it again. Hacking drone under attack.
Focus on the
Can you kill that for me?
I'm down.
Oh. Well, shit.
One more for the raptor. Lure is up.
God damn.
Jeez. That's a rough situation.
I had like no ammo.
Yeah, that's fair.
Getting supply.
Getting more ammo.
Totally forgot whatever we were talking about at this point.
Ready to kill some more crates.
Reloading.
Okay. The cube.
Data cell deposited.
And now the cornfuser are up top.
Okay. Oh, there is? Oh shit, that's right! Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff in here. Also some gold.
Yep.
Platform up. Platform.
There's just so much.
So much in one area.
I was
Which probably means we'll only have this one stop, because I find that usually when you have like a lot of stuff in like the one area you in the first area you stop, it's the only area you actually stop before the Hearthstone.
I've activated the key.
Because you know it's trying to like cram the content of the entire mission into one area, basically.
Could really go for a cold brew right now. The lasers soften up the turtle-like just enough.
Okay, let me transfer one of the turrets up here.
Weapon ready.
What do we use True Life for? Hell if I know.
Ready to shoot.
We use it for tripling our lights. I don't know.
Very
Let's get these
triddly.
lasers up and running.
Look at it go!
Well, a Twilight deposit. We're sending in a nanite bomb dispenser.
Oh,
for
that's a
anything.
hole.
If those things can't penetrate it, nothing will.
Ah,
Access provided.
Well, now I know.
Platforms
And knowing is half the battle.
oh fuck, the fucking Tritolite nanites are way over there.
Platform ready to use.
Oh god damn it. Dude, if only we had a driller, god damn it.
Eat that.
I mean, I could try digging that way if you want.
Dude, look how far it is.
I see the thing we hacked. I kind of don't see the.
It's literally at the end of the tunnel.
I guess I'll just have to go down there and see.
Let's show them some pay. I made a platform. Here we go. Lock and load it.
I see. Yeah, this would be a good time to have a driller. I don't know. Maybe I'd try to dig down there anyways.
Turret is under attack.
And we only have a minute and a half.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. There might not be time for that. God damn it! Yeah, we might not be able to get this.
Reload it.
And the worst part is it's uphill too, so my zip lines can't even get us there faster. Only get us back from it faster.
Yeah.
So literally, this is like the worst possible scenario placement wise.
Yeah.
Horn ready.
I mean, it might be possible. I don't know.
I'm still trying.
I think we can. So if you get another one, like maybe 3 more hits. God, in 20 seconds though? Oh god. I actually don't know if we could actually get there in 20 seconds. I'm just gonna yeet it.
Nope. That was the last one we needed too.
Or at least I can.
Yeah. Damn, that positioning sucked.
I think if we didn't hesitate worrying about how far away it was, we would have done it.
Buddy, fix.
Yeah. Well, so here's something I want to kind of just see, just for my own sake.
Bulldozers setting off for the Umbran Heartstone.
If I just chose to dig right away instead of like kind of like fumbling about, how quickly could I have done that? So, okay, so it's 1 through South Park 5. This is my time on the encoder. I'll catch up to you when I'm done with this. I'm just doing this for my own brain.
We got an incoming swarm. Please remember that the drill zone
Okay.
is top priority.
Oh, you know what? We could have, because then you could have made a zip line here. Because I dug into the hole of the tunnel. You could have made a zip line up here. That would have been faster. Oh man. Okay. So I should have just acted on that instinct. All right. Lesson learned.
Here I come.
Okay. Well,
Basically, if we just went, we would have succeeded.
yeah. That is like one of my big weaknesses in gaming, or maybe just in life in general. But like, is that I have this instinct, or I like often panic or overthink situations, and so that'll cause me to hesitate instead of just like just going through with something.
The Umbran Heartstone is
Me? Oh, I have an
reading
objective.
us,
Do it.
but we expect heavy
Yeah,
artillery.
no, I mean, there's a reason why we pair well together, right? Because it's like, because sometimes it is like, because the weakness on your end is like you'll throw yourself into dumb situations, right? Because you're not taking the time to think about it, as at least not as much as I am.
May break my bones, but beer will never hurt me. Gee.
So it's like,
Sweaty today.
if we could just balance each other out so, a little bit
To be a
better.
functional human being.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, yeah, that was pretty close, Haste. I will say that was pretty close.
Yeah.
The Umbran shell.
Also, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen Haste Guy.
Guarded well against any hostile.
Nice to see you.
Too. I mean, life in general is the thing. So.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like welcome back, nice to see you. I'm always happy to see people.
Also, we got an incoming
It's actually really uplifting when I see like someone come back and I haven't seen them in a while, because it's like, oh, okay, they actually do like, they actually are it shows more genuine interest, right?
Covering fire.
Oh, hi there, little detonator.
I'm sorry, what? Oh. Well, yeah, there's not much we can do about that.
The drill dose has sustained permanent
Oh,
damage.
well.
Step up your game, team.
Okay.
The dozer's just broken through the crust of the Umbran.
Crazy part was it destroyed basically nothing of the platform.
Die, creep.
Like all it did was destroy like the horn.
Yeah.
Platform.
Keep Loretta safe.
Lock and loaded. Check out these moves.
We are losing the drill dozer. Rip it out and repair.
guards here. There must be a brute nexus nearby.
Swarm detected. Keep the drill dozer operational at all costs.
That hologram, stupid bug.
The drill dozer is at the halfway point. Keep it running. Contact. Lock and load.
Oh. I think I just understood what you meant about the whole like support column disappearing.
Yep.
Yeah, huh. Wait, so these can be exploded? Oh, these can be straight up be mined? Oh. Huh. I thought they were made out of the same material as like the floor.
Platform.
Huh. Well, what do you know? Yeah, I might need to find a different spot for that turret though, because I cannot get to it to refill it. So let me just put it over here.
I'm going through so much ammo.
It's okay, it's okay. You know what? Actually, I have the solution.
Big horde of enemies approaching the drill dozer. Defend it or die trying.
Yeah, okay. Maybe not the most effective thing, but it's something.
Shoot directly.
Yeah, it'll destroy the one that gets directly hit, but not adjacent ones. It's like, you know, leaves something to be desired, but it's something.
Out of my way! Time for a light show!
Sparks all over the dozer. Free from pressure.
The bugs are swarming Doretta! Doretta, heal!
Yeah, Betsy is quite the asset right now.
Yep.
We've got no ammo left!
Okay.
There we go.
Yay.
Prepare the drill dozer!
The drill dozer served its purpose. The Hearthstone is ours.
Okay, get those support thing. I get Doretta's head. Let's go.
Okay. We're... Oh, I need to grab the Hearthstone.
Donkey, come
Where's she?
here!
There she is.
Nicely done. Armor and Hearthstone secured. Call the drop pod when you're ready.
There's the button.
Smooth as always, team. Drop pod is on the way.
Okay.
Here we go!
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
The pod pays for the first round!
Can't believe it. I'm so sorry.
You almost like direct hit me with that, I think.
I did direct it.
I'm ready.
I was like trying to do like a passing shot there.
Kobe, you're not.
No. No. Wait, no. Other way. okay. It's part of the formative dwarf experience, right?
Getting nuclear strike landed on you.
Yeah.
Doretta!
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Zip line up.
Oh god!
Okay.
Fuck it, Iron Will.
Mule is secured.
Doretta, where are you? I threw you over here.
Sequence. Rock Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you.
Actually, I'm gonna go down here.
Okay.
Yep, do it.
Alright, let me get the turret up here. That way we have another gun. Okay. Alright.
I owe you one, brother.
Bacteria Tri-Joy eliminated.
Dude, Betty's doing a lot for us.
Mm-hmm.
Shield charged and ready.
Platforms. I'm first. Yes.
Yay!
Extraction commencing. Good work.
And still got Doretta's head.
Born ready.
Nobody gets left behind.
This is the right stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to my normal together Tuesday screen since the cat's just snapping on my desk right now. If she gets up, I'll put the cat cam back on. She is very cute right now because she is sleeping on my desk, but the cat cam's not pointed at the desk. Nor do I want it pointed at the desk. So.
Now you need another cat cam for your desk.
Complete.
No.
Oh, no, wait.
We have total home surveillance so we can never lose track of the cat.
That's gonna be. That's no. That's gonna be a breach of privacy somewhere. And possible doxing. So.
Mission is ready. The pod is prepped.
So no.
Drop pod.
We just mount a GoPro to your cat once they're bigger. I know they sell dog harnesses for GoPros, but I don't know if they sell cat harnesses.
I think. I mean, I'm sure it exists or something, right?
I mean, we've seen videos on YouTube of people mounting cameras to their cats.
Yeah, so it's got to be at least be some kind of contraption that allows you to do that.
I wanted to land on the hoop. I went into the hoop.
Okay, I was like, how did you die? And I was like, well, okay, what's the one way you would die? Jumping into the hoop.
Yeah.
No, is you good?
Here's my ass hanging out.
Launch sequence initiating.
Yeepy kitty.
Can we
You know,
go
it's a funny
back?
feeling. When I woke up today, I was sleeping on my front, like on my stomach,
Mm-hmm.
and I literally was just like chill. I was like kind of awake, but then my cat, since I was like
Get
kind of
ready
awake,
to rumble.
he actually curled up in the small of my back and just chilled out there. I was like, no,
Salvage
I'm not allowed to move now.
Previous crew lost their mini mules, their drop pod, and their lives in this cave. Find
Well, the
the
cat
repair
got
their
up,
mules,
but
get
not in the
drop
direction
pod
the cat
operational,
can.
And return to base.
So
Expect heavy infestation and try not to mess it up like
I'll try to keep my peripheral open to see if she walks into the living room.
You know what? I think also she's just gonna like being in your corner because the computer makes it toasty.
Maybe. It could also just be that it's like a
It's where Hillman is.
yeah. Though what is kind of interesting is that like she's choosing the desk over like the seat that has like padding and stuff. So,
Oh, this is a completely superfluous tunnel.
What? Where is she?
she's right by your foot.
Oh.
She is stealth.
Are you gonna play with her a bit, or you okay? Okay. It's 7. Did you have food? Maybe you should get yourself some food.
You know what, mood? I get myself some more food after this run.
What?
You want me to feed her?
That's up to you. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not. No one's. I mean, do you guys want to see the cat eat on stream?
Yes. Show us the baby.
Okay. Well, Rez says he wants to, so
I would like to see the baby.
I'll put the cat cam on.
I would like to see the baby. Also, Sin,
Yeah.
what do you think of the viability of my Star Wars villain idea? Darth Maul's legs attached to the robot upper body.
I mean, its motivations would probably be different. It might still want revenge on Kenobi, I suppose, but it'd be.
Hey, you know what? You can actually see the actual murder boner now.
Well, these would also be rotting legs, though. There's no, like, they're not connected to a heart. Though maybe that would be one of the things that you get, like a cybernetic, like.
Or body.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just the upper torso of a B1 battle droid attached to the fucking.
Pass your expiration.
It's the next logical step from that one shenanigans with C-3PO on the B1 battle on the B1 body.
Yeah, I guess.
You see, it's in the Mandalorian era. What was it? There's There's another Palpatine clone, and that's his new apprentice.
Reload.
Darth Maul's legs. Not Darth Maul. Darth Maul's legs. Oh my god. It's no. It's Darth Maul's legs with a giant robot spider upper body. Because you know how Darth Maul had the fucking robotic spider legs?
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, no, I know better than you. I actually watched the show.
Yes.
Like, I watched every single episode of that show. And you should too. It is... I unironically believe that the Clone Wars, like, TV show
Unfortunately, I'm one of those people where the more you tell me to watch it, even if I know it's good, I'm less likely to watch it.
I know, but I genuinely believe it's, like, the best, like, Star Wars media that I've ever consumed.
Yo, I wonder what the phenomena behind that is, where it's like, I know it's good, you've shown me it's good, but the more people tell me to watch it, I just don't.
Contrarianism? I don't know.
I mean, that's probably part of it. But here's the thing, I know it's good, I'm not denying that.
Yeah. Ow.
Try top down. I was born ready.
Mule operational. Well done.
Where is that damn platform? One platform ready to use. sugar.
Okay. I should build a bridge here.
Platform up. Weapon ready. Reloading.
Is there anything actually down here?
Feel much better
Just
now.
some stray stuff. Yeah, okay.
Platform. Reloading.
Oh my god. You know, you know how I love Star Wars Legends stuff? Like, just stuff was just weird in Star Wars Legends
And load it.
Yeah.
sometimes. There's some stuff in the recent media that's like also weird too. Apparently at a certain novel that's like in the Disney era and all that, that's like not Legends. Apparently Grand Moff Tarkin was using a mouse droid to exchange saucy messages with another Imperial officer.
I'm sorry, what?
You heard me right.
Access provided.
Does someone at Disney have like a thing for old fascists?
Probably.
Reloading.
Like first they're like, yeah, we're gonna confirm the fact that Palpatine did in fact fuck. Also, Grand Moff Tarkin was a horny. Like why?
Imagine getting a message off a mouse droid and just getting unsolicited dick pics.
Oh my god.
Ready to be built.
You want something
Ready to shoot.
That poor mouse droid.
Depositing minerals. Platform. I made a platform. Platform
No,
up.
no. I have a better idea. The ultimate Star Wars villain. Dooku's head. Luke's cut off hand. Anakin's cut off hand. Darth Maul's legs.
Why?
Bypass launch. Better stand back.
One platform. Ready to
But
use.
where did you get the torso from? Oh my god, just chop off Jango Fett's limbs and you're set.
Oh my god, no.
The ultimate Star Wars villain.
And of course attach two more robotic arms so that you could have like the ultimate spinny lightsaber thing that Grievous did.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is
Stick around.
this is stupid.
Ebonite bug challenge over here.
Over there. Okay.
And let it be revealed, that's who the Inquisitor is in the Ahsoka show.
Yeah.
Molly, over here.
I don't even know if that show's good or not. I haven't been paying
I
attention.
don't know, but I mean probably they've been what's it recent shows they've I mean some of them I guess have been hit and miss, but like Dave Filoni actually gives a shit about Ahsoka, so I think he's gonna do his best to make sure it's done right. Because Ahsoka's actually generally been pretty well written as a character thus far, between Clone Wars and Rebels, and her brief appearances in Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, also known as Mandalorian's 2.5.
Your time is up, creep.
We have a thingy here.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
I'm taking some of the ammo. Never felt better. Getting more ammo. Here we go.
Anyways, Cat's continuing to just choose to sleep up here on my desk, so I don't know. I guess the cat cam's just not going to be as
Zip
useful
line
today.
done.
That's okay.
Need more ammo. Deep Rock seriously need to invest in some better equipment.
Platform. Platform created. Platform. Platforms placed.
Okay.
Platform. Locked and loaded. Reloading.
God damn it. We don't know anything about Mandalore in the future. Yeah, you see, Bo-Katan got deposed as Mandalore in the future because people found out that she sexually harassed a minor during the Clone Wars.
Ready to build.
Yeah.
Rock and roll.
Also, she's literally the reason, like, or not the reason, but she played an instrumental part in the fall of Mandalore anyways. And everyone just casually forgot this.
Even the religious zealots, for some reason.
Well, I mean, they also wouldn't have agreed with Satine's
Anyway,
vision.
but still, like,
But
he was
like-
one of the reasons the
But
Empire
like,
scourged.
but like, objectively speaking, Satine's vision of Mandalore was like the best, but for like, in terms of like actually being prosperous and like, you know, successful. It just the only
Wrong
failure.
time, because there's literally Palpatine in the works.
Yeah, the only failure of it is like Palpatine was perfectly happy letting Darth Maul, you know, do his thing there. And to think that Darth Maul literally conquered Mandalore as as part of his grand scheme to get revenge on Kenobi. Like, have you ever met a man so petty
Petty.
that he would conquer an entire planet just to murder someone's ex-girlfriend?
Also, whatever happened to Corky?
Wait, who?
Whatever happened to Satine's totally their nephew?
Oh yeah, I have no idea.
Who looks a lot like Kenobi.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bo-Katan quietly had them killed off screen.
Maybe, I don't know.
Access provided.
Bo-Katan admits to killing Corky so that there be no challenge to the throne. Notification was it in the top of the screen? The armorer approves.
Locked and loaded.
I mean, that's not even how the Mandalore ruling works anyways. I mean, it might have under Satine's system, I don't know, but... Well, actually, no, Satine was generally more pro-democracy, so I don't know, man. It's... Point is, Mandalore got fucked super hard. It could have been great. And then Darth Maul happened.
Yeah, God, there's so many of these fuckers.
Yeah. And Bo-Katan was instrumental in Satine's downfall, so I don't like that she's being portrayed as like this like hero of Mandalore when she's literally responsible for a lot of what's wrong with Mandalore right now. Just saying.
Hey, everybody, why is Satine's Mandalore not remembered fondly by the fan? What was it? In universe, because the fandom prefers when Mandalore was terrible.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, personally, I actually think it's more interesting to explore the idea of like taking this warrior culture into a more peaceful and pro-democracy route. But yeah.
Well, we can all agree Lucas needed to be reined in because no one cares about tax law.
I don't think that was the reason.
I made a platform.
You also suck at dialogue, Lucas.
Yeah,
You also suck at
that's the
dialogue.
actual reason. His dialogue was pretty bad. I actually really love the political allegories of Star Wars, though. I actually genuinely think they're really good. Just done pretty poorly. Worth noting, I am excluding the sequels from that because the sequels are incoherent.
It's almost like they're made by a bunch of directors that didn't agree with each other on everything.
Yeah. Which is honestly why I think, as much of a hot, spicy take this might be, that's why I think Last Jedi is the best of them, because it actually was committed to its own ideas. And I think that's worth more than, you know, fan expectations.
Foggy, yes.
Thank you.
I will say though, what Luke pulled off in that movie was just like hardcore flexing on all the other Jedi before him.
I know, right? That's the other, like, I don't like this argument that people like will say like Luke was a bitch in that movie. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
He casually whoops Kylo's ass when he's not even there.
Yeah, is there a more Jedi thing than that? Come on, that's fucking cool as shit. He schooled Kylo Ren by astral projecting himself across who God knows how many like fucking
What years?
Yeah.
Imagine like the sheer disrespect of like you're so little a threat. I don't even have to be here.
Yeah. Well, because like it like harkens back to the whole like thing with like Jedi, like the whole like lessons from like the original trilogy about what a Jedi is. Like a Jedi uses their lightsaber for defense, never for attack, right? And like, well, one, he's not even using the an actual like real lightsaber. He's using a projection of one, and he's not actually intending to hurt Kylo. Humiliate, I suppose, but like, he's not actually trying to like literally hurt him.
I bet fucking Force Ghost Yoda got a kick out of whipping Kylo like that though.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, because it like the reason why I like it is because it shows how much Luke really fully embraced what that kind of like true Jedi philosophy was, which is why he achieves the state of nirvana and becomes one with the Force after that point. And the fact that people like interpret that as like, oh, he died like a bitch, like mean like you have no media literacy if you think that. You're not paying enough attention to Star Wars. You're not paying enough attention to the themes that's pulling from. Like, do you know what Buddhism is? Like, come on.
Although I will say the only thing is like, Luke, okay, I've achieved Nirvana. Bye. Galaxy's still in turmoil. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
The Force, they'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, like there are criticisms to have of like, you know, the directions that like, they took Luke's character in a sense, but like, none of actually. I'm gonna be bold here and say none of that is Rian Johnson's fault.
Let's just put it this way: they worked with what they had. It's not our fault. What's it? The previous. What's it? Was that in the first or second one of the sequels where Luke is like, oh, well, time to murder Ben?
Well, okay, so no, that's revealed in Last Jedi, but that's also something people horribly misinterpret because that scene is shown to you 3 times. The first time is like Luke's like simple explanation to Rey, where he's just trying to describe how like Kylo Ren just basically destroyed the new Jedi Order. The second time is Kylo Ren telling his version of events, mostly to manipulate Rey against Luke. Because, you know, it's important to remember, while he's like a nuanced villain, he's still a villain.
He's very much try-harding to be a Sith.
Yeah, despite rejecting the Sith, but you know, but he embraces the Sith ideology very well. Or philosophy.
People went crazy. The lightsaber anime fight Visions has multiple of those.
Yeah, yeah, and then the third time that story is told is when Luke tells the more full story, where like, yes, I did briefly contemplate snuffing this darkness out of one of my pupils, and I was immediately overcome with intense shame and regret for even considering that. But by then it was too late, and Kylo decided to act on that and destroy and proceeded to murder all the other children at the Jedi Temple. So like, he's still the villain in this scenario.
Force Ghost, well, the Force Ghost Yoda, Force Ghost Luke. Stab a bitch, you must have. Stab a bitch, you should have.
Right? And it's like, I think it's important to show that like yeah, Luke had a beautiful character arc in the original trilogy. But there's still growth to be had. There's still stumblings and growth to be had even after like you've done the great big thing, you know? Like, humans are flawed and will make mistakes, have errors in judgment. Even really good people do that.
Yeah, and also an unfortunate thing is like a case of like, it's so far in the future, we think like other troubles Luke would have had would have been past. But that's just a whole other thing though.
Yeah.
Like hell, the era that frickin' The Mandalorian and all these shows are exploring is like the perfect to show further growth of Luke.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm kind of intrigued to see what they might want to do with Luke's character, to see how it kind of connects to kind of connect the bridge, or make a bridge between the original trilogy era and the sequel era.
I will fix the mistakes of the Jedi before me. Anyways, Grogu, here, either cut yourself completely from your found family and your culture, or
well,
become a Jedi.
Yeah, well, and that's like one of the big lessons in The Last Jedi, is that like Luke attempted to do the same thing that the Jedi did before, but what did the Jedi do before? Oh, that's right, they fell to Palpatine. They failed to see the machinations of Darth Sidious, and their entire Jedi Order was destroyed. Like, he repeated the same mistakes.
Powering radiation shielding.
That's why he's so like bitter about everything in that movie, because he
Ecom operational.
like, even though a lot of like what the original trilogy, what's so interesting about Luke there is that he does in part reject the teachings of his masters, he still repeats critical mistakes, right?
Smart thrusters calibrated.
Like, improves on it, sure, but like,
And also, people about to get salty is like, unfortunately, these are the movies we're stuck with. Legends is Legends. As cool as Legends Luke is, unfortunately.
well, and do we really want to actually have the weird fucking storyline where there's like the ghost of Palpatine that possesses Luke? And well, I don't know, man.
Here's the thing, Legends is fucking weird.
Right? Like,
you gotta admit, Legends was fucking weird at times.
you know.
Like, yes, there's so much cool shit that was in Legends. There was also some weird fucking shit, too.
Yeah, and it's like, it's a mixed bag, right? And so is, you know, canon Star Wars as it is, right? It's also a mixed bag.
Like Tarkin sexing using a mouse droid.
Yeah, for some, yeah, that's fucking weird. Like, I don't know, I feel like people get like
Nicely done, Miner.
I feel like people really just get their panties twisted over this in a way that they really shouldn't.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, like.
Face unite. Time to hit the
Yeah,
store.
I don't know. It's. I mean, we've ranted about this stuff.
Wait,
I mean,
better not be sugar-free gummy bears. Okay.
I remember, like, what was it, like, what, 5-6 months ago? Like, we spent like an hour straight of like one of our Borderlands pre-sequel streams, just like ranting about why the sequel trilogy sucks. So, like,
we're not sequel trilogy stands, that's for sure.
yeah, no, it's we have our frustrations too.
They did my boy Finn dirty.
Can't voice opinions on the sequel since I haven't watched the third one. Don't watch the third one.
Don't.
It is so bad. I'm wondering, like, I genuinely wonder if it might be worse than Attack of the Clones. It's so,
dude, but it's
so
here's
bad.
The thing, like, oh god, here's the thing. Attack of the Clones has some cool shit going on in it, but it is bad.
It
so
is
bad.
It is really bad. Yeah, like there's a couple of moments I did kind of like from like the from
like, let's put it this
Rise of
way,
Skywalker, but like most of the movie is so just. So like when I watched it in the movie theater, basically from the point that they did the Palpatine reveal with Rey, from that moment on, I just kind of felt empty. Like I walked out of the movie theater not feeling like happy, sad, angry, or whatever. Like I felt nothing. I was numb. Like it was just like the whole thing was just empty and vacuous and just who cares?
Oh
It's
my god,
it's only as I've like thought about it more and more over time that I'm like I do get angry and I'm like, oh my god, this is so insultingly empty. It's so insultingly meaningless. It's so insultingly cowardly. Like it was like they would do like big tragic thing just happened. Oh my god, actually everything's okay. Oh my god, this person's gonna die. Actually, they're okay. Like it did that like 7 times or some shit. Like,
commit.
Yeah,
it's the last movie in a trilogy.
It's the most cowardly movie in the entire franchise. That's for sure. It's terrible.
Although I will say, like I guess the characterization thing stuff, like, Kylo, was it Ben acting a little bit more like his dad the moment he's no longer high in the oh my god on the Sith juice. It felt kind of funny. It was, like, funny in an enjoyable way. Like, oh yeah, my god, he's being a little shit like his dad.
Yeah, that one little shrug he did, great. Too bad he had literally 0 lines.
Yeah.
After he decided to do the whole like becoming Ben again. Like literally no lines. He like, I guess spoilers for the movie, Foggy, but like he has a fight with Rey. Rey stabs him. He has a vision of his dad, and his mom, and then like he throws his fucking lightsaber into the ocean, and then like decides to like help Rey out by like killing like the fucking other Knights of Ren and shit.
We've never seen until this fucking movie, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? And then like they defeat Palpatine together. Then he almost dies, but he didn't. Rey dies, and then he heals her, kisses her, and then he dies. It's so fucking stupid. And he has no lines the entire time. No lines.
I will say though, at least
it's so stupid.
At least his actor has really good body language acting, though. But,
Adam Driver was an amazing actor, actually.
Adam Driver's a great actor.
He's really good at what he does, and Kylo Ren.
Wish he was in a better movie.
Yeah, basically, I kind of lost interest in the movie once I realized Kylo Ren wasn't going to continue being cool, which I realized at the 10-minute mark. Because I liked the first 10 minutes of the movie. Because what happens in the first 10 minutes of the movie? Kylo Ren is just murdering people. He's going
being a Sith.
Like he is the supreme leader, and he's going X game modes on people, and it's great. And then Palpatine shows up and ruins everything, and it becomes just unforgivably bad. It's
Upstart Little Freak Sith is the
I hate it.
version of Upstart Little Freak Empire.
yeah.
And here's the thing. Okay, coming back to the thing, I was like, how they did Poe dirty, like not Poe, Finn dirty.
Oh,
is the
yeah.
whole thing about being an ex-stormtrooper. They had the perfect thing to redeem troopers, because they say, oh, they're just like heavily indoctrinated children and all that. Here's the thing. They had Sith troopers in the goddamn like latter parts of the freaking in the freaking movie. Sith troopers are the definition of like, oh, you think stormtroopers are bad? These are religiously fanatic, crazy psycho motherfuckers.
Yeah, like
Do
literal
not feel
like
bad for
cultists. Yeah.
They are literally death cultists.
Yeah.
If you literally had a stormtrooper rebellion, possibly spurred on by and led by Finn, you know how cool that would have been?
Which, by the way, that exact thing was a storyboard that they had that they discarded. They were planning something like that, and they discarded that little storyline. But they still kept the other character who was like also a former stormtrooper that he like bonds with.
Except their whole thing's reduced to, oh yeah, I'm also a former stormtrooper. Okay.
Yeah. And
Let's
that's
go ride
it.
horses on a
And
Star
that's-
Destroyer.
then they go ride horses on a fucking Star Destroyer, and that works for some reason. You know, never mind the fact that these Star Destroyers are supposed to have point defense guns, and also you could just tilt it, and they would fall off. You wouldn't even need to tilt it that much. You would just need to tilt it like a little bit, and they would start sliding. like the fact that that worked at all. And like, look, I get it. You know, not everything in like a lot of like the tactics in Star Wars like don't make any sense at all in the first place, right? Like the whole like thing of like space battles working like dogfighting, like no the fuck, that's not.
Because it looks cool.
Yeah, they do that because it looks cool, right? You know, and like, but it's like totally unrealistic. Okay, fine, you know, but it, like, that's like easy enough to like kind of like accept in terms like to suspend your disbelief on, I suppose, right? But like a fucking cavalry charge on a fucking Star Destroyer, and it works.
You know, honestly,
What
you know
the
what they could have
fuck?
done? If they want to have the cavalry charge, they send a troop carrier inside of it and they cavalry charge out of it. That would be more justified.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, that would have actually been kind of cool. Like if they like, I don't know, man. It's just.
Like, if they still want to have their space horses, there's smarter ways to do it.
It's just
It's still dumb, but it would at least be a smart kind of dumb that looks cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not even.
They're not even flying.
They're
space
not
horses,
even.
They're just space horses.
Yeah, if they were like Pegasi or something like that, then like okay, you know, it's like it's still kind of dumb, and the point defense guns should really be able to take care of that. But okay, it's at least like a little bit. You can make
Or
this
have a-
argument
like,
that they're
if you
more
take care of-
agile. You know.
Hey, hell, a trooper could just open the window. Oh my god, imagine this ridiculous of that. Just like, it's not even like a freaking, like, you just hear like a freaking car door window rolling down, and a trooper just shoots them and then rolls it back up.
Dude, honestly, Ezra Bridger appearing with all those fucking like force whales would have been like. That would have made more sense than what they actually did in that movie. And hold on, let me clarify. Ezra Bridger appearing, and like, there's no introduction at all of his character. They're just going to assume you watched Star Wars Rebels, which most people did not watch that. He just appears, and like, he has all these fucking space whales there. Like, that would make more sense.
Actually, oh, wait, Sin. Who would you say would make a good actor for a middle-aged Ezra Bridger?
Middle-aged Ezra Bridger?
Because, you know, let's say they did the smarter, stupid thing in the sequels. Ewan McGregor.
No. Maybe Keanu. Like, possibly Keanu Reeves? I don't know.
Oh my, I just thought of something so stupid. Like, if we're just being extra stupid with this.
What?
What was it? middle-aged Ezra Bridger, played by Keanu Reeves, what was it? Is like getting off of the space whale. Space whale moves a little bit. Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like Keanu Reeves is like the best choice, but I'm like, I don't know, I'm like trying to think like who's someone that can kind of can do a little bit of like this like sort of like I don't know, man.
Oh my god, it's literally just wait, what? It's just Keanu Reeves and Bill and Ted, but in Star Wars.
Just Bill and Ted just appear as Bill and Ted in Star Wars. They bring they dig up the corpse of George Carlin so that they can have Rufus. Dress him up like Palpatine. But he's like cool Palpatine because it's George Carlin as Rufus.
Who's wasn't even that movie where like what's something at Bernie's or something like that where like the old man dies and they just have him like in a wheelchair or something?
Yeah.
It was just fucking George Carlin just as Palpatine.
Now, bear in mind, this would be a very unethical thing to do because it involves desecrating a corpse, but you know. Fuck me. I need a pee.
I need to get something to drink.
Yeah,
that was too much.
Alright, on that note, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in a bit.
Don't desecrate comedians' corpses, please. You know what's... That's the extra salt in the wound. Oh, they're not back yet. Anyways, back to my thought, I guess. What's it? Extra salt in the wound of the whole, like, scrapped, what's it? The scrapped trooper rebellion is that a straight up trooper rebellion would have been way more justifiable way of neutralizing the entire Sith fleet than what they fucking pulled in that movie. Good God. That would have been way more justifiable and believable. Great, now I have hiccups.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Anyways, I'm back and I have the cat cam back on.
Nice.
The cat wants to. Cat has a little bit more zoomy energy right now.
Nice. Oh, I was saying how I was just saying when I got back how extra salt in the wound is the fact that a trooper rebellion would have been way more realistically justifiable how they bunch of scrappy young lads neutralized the Sith fleet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then here's the thing, even it's like, oh no, he's so comic, because it turns out even though the trooper rebellion, the Sith troopers are pushing the troopers back. How are we gonna win now? Just a little push of, hey, all your favorite characters, classic characters are here to lend a little bit of help.
Yep.
There.
Yeah, no, I think
even Lando Calrissian and the Laughing Alien.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of little mistakes that trilogy made, and
it built up to a shitty ending.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker just like completely like, it's like, okay, what's the worst way we can end this trilogy? Okay, do that. Cause like, it didn't want to commit to a single idea, dude. Like that's like, I think, or at least like. I mean, I guess it committed to a couple ideas, but like it committed to the idea that like, oh yeah, we're bringing Palpatine back and we're gonna have Rey and Kylo kiss for some reason.
Announced via Fortnight, by the way.
I forgot about that, dude. The late like 2010s into like the early 2020s is really bizarre to notice how much cultural influence Fortnite has had. But also,
I remember when Fortnite was announced as a kid, and I was like hyped for it because zombie defensing, because that was all the rage at the time.
Yeah, it didn't like the thing that Fortnite's known for. It didn't do that till like what 2017, and it was just like this free to play mode. Like, oh, let's just see how it works, and then it, like almost instantly became like the biggest game in like the world. Like, it went from like game that like gamers have like never heard about to like your like boomer grandma knows what Fortnite is. And
apparently that mode isn't bad. No, apparently it's not that bad at all. But here's the thing though, it's like back in the day, like if you knew about Fortnite, you're hyped for Fortnite, the primary game mode.
Yeah.
The Battle Royale mode was literally an afterthought originally.
Oh yeah. They literally just saw like that PUBG was doing that, like, and it was like pretty successful. It's like, you know what if we did that, but we had our like building mechanics? I wonder how that would work. Apparently extremely well. Like, far better than anyone could ever anticipate. And also, and then like now it's like, do people still play Fortnite? I don't even know. Like, obviously the answer is yes.
Fortnite's still big.
Like, yeah, but it's like, it's kind of, I think, kind of like faded into the background. It's like, yeah, a lot of people play this, but like, it's not like the like big talk anymore because I don't know.
It's the new normal.
Yeah, like
It's
like
it's successful,
you know,
but it's like kind of like it's there.
I guess in a way that's like a little bit similar to like League of Legends. Though I think League of Legends has done a bit better for itself staying relevant. In terms.
Well, here's the thing: we're like hardcore gamers, so of course we care a little bit more about League and stuff like that.
Well, I'm not like referring to us, but I mean more. I mean this more like if you go look on Twitch, right? Like League of Legends is almost always like in the top like 3.
Yeah, true.
And
also, Battle Royale is inherently less sustainable than MOBAs.
Yeah, that too, right? So let me just go ahead and just open a browsing page on Twitch right now and just like look. So the top categories right now. Let's see if I can actually get this rated by top, please, instead of recommended for me. Viewers, high to low. So just chatting. GTA 5, which, by the way, it's insane that GTA 5 will also end up here quite consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Valorant, number 3, and number 4, League of Legends. And then it's Overwatch 2, Rainbow Six Siege, Minecraft, and then Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Then Call of Duty Warzone, then World of Warcraft, Dead by Daylight, Dota 2, Dark and Darker, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Escape from Tarkov. Damn, Escape from Tarkov is that popular?
Dude, Escape from Tarkov is massive.
Damn,
for a
dude.
game, like, for how niche it is.
Holy shit. Like, yeah, I thought it was just like this like niche game that like you guys were into because you guys are all like, you guys jack off to guns all the time. But apparently apparently it's, well, I don't know, maybe there's that many people jacking off to guns, I don't know.
We're American, what do you expect?
Yeah.
You know, actually, speaking of also. There.
Yeah, and then there's Honkai Star Rail, Teamfight Tactics, Apex Legends, Fall Guys, Baldur's Gate 3, because that game has been fucking huge lately.
I hope that game's a wake-up call to AAA publishers.
Yeah. No, it's...
Also, no, I said publishers.
Yes. Yeah. Because, my god, like, Baldur's Gate 3 has actually had such a huge and tremendous, like, influence in, like, gaming spheres. Because, you like, so many people are just talking about it. Anyone who's, like, vaguely interested in RPGs has either played it or, like, has, like, watched, like, YouTube shorts about it or something.
D&D for introverts and people that don't have friends.
D&D for introverts and people who don't have friends. Hey, I'll have you know that D&D is also for introverts who don't have friends.
But it doesn't require physical people.
Hey, you could play D&D online. You could do like tabletop simulator. That's what Rez and I did.
Also, you know, it's an unfamiliar feeling. What's it? And just like playing a game, it's just a really unfamiliar feeling. Was I just going through the freaking Baldur's Gate? It's like, hello, dude characters. Please stop hitting on me. Please, you're all cool, but please. My God, you guys are awfully persistent.
Oh, now you recognize flirting.
No, here's the thing. I had to think about it really hard because Gale the Wizard, he's a fucking rizzard, okay? I was like, wait a minute. Wait, no, he's trying to rizz me up. No, back off, please.
Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah. I still find it funny that, like, when I played Mass Effect, like, years ago, like, long before we were even streaming, the way that I figured out that I was, like, on the romance path with Liara was that, like, I talked to Caden one time, and he was like, you don't need to worry about me. I can see that you and Liara are into each other. And I was like, what? We are? Wait, what? And then I, like, thought about it. I'm like, because, like, in my mind, I was just talking to Liara because she's a fucking nerd, and I love nerdy conversations. I didn't realize we were hitting on each other. We were just talking nerdy to each other, but I guess that is how nerds flirt.
Talk nerdy to me. No.
And then I was like, wait, she do be cute though. Let me continue talking nerdy to her. And we kept on talking nerdy to each other, and then we had sex. So, so yeah.
I was say, isn't that how you met your wife?
A little bit, yeah. Turns out the way I get... Here's how you get women. Talk to them like they're just like a nerd friend for a really long time. And then eventually one of you will realize, hey, they're kind of cute. And then you'll fuck.
Here's the thing, I cannot dispute this because unfortunately I am single and they are married.
But
I
like,
literally have
okay.
no platform to dispute.
Okay, but unironically, on a little bit more of like a serious note there, I think just like being your very authentic self with someone is like the best way to charm someone, like into like being with you. And if it doesn't, and also it's a good way to like figure out who to not be with, because if you're being your authentic self around someone and like they're just not vibing with it, that's not the person for you.
Also, sometimes you need like a mutual friend to like bonk you on the head and say, "Hey, you fucks."
Yes, yeah.
I'm aware that you guys had a mutual friend that did that.
Well, so no, we didn't have. So what happened with me and my wife is it was actually much more of an organic thing. I mean, she had friends telling her like, "Hey, you guys are into each other," and she was like, "No," and the answer was like,
okay,
"Yes."
you said that really thought about me. No.
No.
Look at the cat cam.
But sorry, what is it, love?
Cat cam.
Look at the cat cam. Okay.
Oh, never mind. Thought it'd be more interesting.
Yeah, it's okay. Cat's just being a cat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
Yeah.
But anyways,
But no, but like, basically, it was just like, I had this moment one day towards like the end of like my towards the end of my last first semester in high school, where like, basically she just hugged me a little bit like tighter than you would expect, and like a little bit longer than you would expect from like a typical like friendly hug. And like that night I thought about that, I'm like, wait, does she like me? And I thought about that for like a week straight. And then I kind of came to the conclusion of like, you know what, I think she does, because I was just like thinking about her like behavior towards me, and it was like a little bit, it was like friendly in a way that's like a little bit unusual considering that like we weren't like longtime friends at that point. And I was like, okay, well, and then like I started thinking like, wait, do I like her? And then I thought about that for like 2 weeks, and this was over like the Christmas break, and I remember playing Terraria with you, and like we were like decorating our base with like Christmas decorations and shit. And then I remember thinking like, oh god, I do actually like her. What the fuck? And then I spent the next month trying to figure out how to ask her out. And
it's a very long process.
And yeah, no, I mean, so you know how I'm the type of person who overthinks everything? Yeah, that's what I did. I overthought the fuck out of that, and she did not realize what was going on. She was.
And then there's me. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then I had to tell you like, hey, you know that person you were like doing a lot of things with, and based like you were making dinner for each other and like going out to see movies together and stuff. Like, yeah, you guys were basically dating. But and it sucks because it's like by the time I pointed that out to you, it was like far too late to like capitalize on that, because like you guys no longer lived near each other, like because that was like while you were like doing that community college in like southern Utah, and you had to move back down here when you told me all this, and I was like, dude. Dude.
Honestly, the silence after Sin had told me that was like you could hear a fucking pin drop.
Yeah, like he was just like laying on my bed for like a solid like half hour. like staring up at the
Disassociated.
ceiling. Yeah. Like it's funny now. It was a little funny at the time too, but I don't want to like press your buttons. 'Cause
It's even funnier in hindsight now.
yeah, because it's like enough time has passed, and it's like okay, it doesn't like hurt as much anymore, so like we can laugh about it.
If you thought Ocelot fumbled the bag,
Yeah, and dude, Ocelot came into my stream the other day to actually talk about how he was having women issues because like he's not actually that interested in the person that like he's like not even like properly dating or like they're not even like in a relationship. They're just like talking to each other, and he's like kind of like a little bit, I guess, like annoyed and irked with her for being like kind of like needy, but then also not really wanting to respond when he's like available to text.
Mhm.
And I was like, dude, that sucks. I don't have a whole lot to say about that. That sucks and that's unfair. And that's you should probably try to end that before it goes anywhere. Especially since there's what are you even ending? Like if you're not even in a relationship in the first place, like just kind of yeah. But you know, socialization and relationships are awkward, and what do you need?
Me and Ocelot fumble our
Bitches,
bags
man.
in ways.
Bitches,
What?
man.
Bitches, man.
Dude, that was such a good line from that movie. Have you ever was it Warm Bodies? Have you ever seen the movie Warm Bodies?
Wasn't that weird zombie movie?
Yeah, the zombie like rom-com.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife actually had me watch it like a month ago now or something. I don't know. It's unironically really well. It's ironically and unironically really good. Like I think it's unironically good because it's intending to be unironic, or because it's intending to be ironic, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it's self-aware of how silly its premise is.
How long ago did that come out? It came out a while ago.
It was like
I remember...
like a decade or so ago, or more. I think it was like 13 years ago or something.
Somewhere around the Twilight era,
Yeah,
but it's not bad.
I think it's actually a good movie, and you guys should go watch it. And there's a just a moment there's a scene in that movie where like the main character is like zombie best friend, kind of like stiffly and awkwardly puts a shoulder on
And
him.
like they have trouble speaking as it is.
Yeah, because they're zombies. And he just says, "Bitches, man," and I fucking lost it at that.
Wait, did he say it like super clearly too?
Oh yeah, just like well yeah, like they established very early on in the movie that like they basically mostly communicate in like kind of grunts. They don't really speak.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that this guy like musters up the strength to like say 2 words, and the 2 words are "bitches, man," it's so fucking funny. I love it.
Your zombie bro got you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very fun movie.
You know how much effort that took him? He's a real one.
Yeah, no, he's a homie. Also, the world building in that movie is actually unironically kind of interesting because they have so you have like your standard everyday zombies, but they have something that's kind of akin to like the husks from Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of becoming weaker and more fragile, they actually become like far scarier and like more deadly. Because
monstrous.
Yeah, it's like basically the idea is like I think they call them bonies because they like lose all their flesh or like tear it off themselves or something, and so they look like skeletons and they're like apparently like much like more like they're like faster, more agile, stronger. And completely heartless. So like they're basically like they're like one of the antagonizing forces in that movie.
Also, you know what I gotta say about the Twilight era? Good on Robert Pattinson for just milking that bag and then piecing out the do better projects.
Yeah. No, because Robert Pattinson's actually a good actor.
He's genuinely a really fucking good actor, and actually he's like one of my favorite Batman now.
Yeah, I still haven't seen that Batman movie. I should.
I really recommend
Yeah.
it. It's definitely a much more slower, very noir-inspired film.
Yeah, which I think I would enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, you know, again, good on Robert Pattinson for just milking that bag and piecing out to do actually good projects.
Yeah.
God. The fever on Twilight in that era, though. Good God.
So do you have any mission that you might want to do?
Oh, yeah, we completed the contract.
Yeah. 'Cause, like, we could do the weekly core hunt if you don't have anything.
Yeah, let's go do the weekly core hunt.
Okay.
But, like, also on that, it's like, is it bad that you could actually kind of consider the whole fever around Twilight consequences of 9/11?
Oh, yeah. You want to explain that one?
Okay, everybody, here's why 9/11 gave us Twilight. You can trace a direct line from Twilight to 9/11.
He's right.
This is what the global elite don't want you to know. You see, okay, so it is the year 2000. It is the year of our Lord 2001, September. The president is somewhere off reading a book to some school children.
Mr. President, a second book has been published.
Oh my God. Anyways, so the towers go down. Tragedy for everybody. And so amongst those people was someone who was very young at the time, and they were very musically oriented. So, taking a lot of the trauma and tragedy of their experiences having been witnesses to the 9/11 disaster, they end up expressing those feelings and creating a group. That group is My Chemical Romance. And in numerous interviews, 9/11 is one of the major forming factors of their sound and how they went about it. Then they release very, very iconic albums, and they inspire a lot of other people. And there is an impressionable young girl who is highly inspired by the feelings that are invoked by said My Chemical Romance albums. This young girl was Stephanie Meyer. So she decides to make a vampire sparkle.
You see
And thus she writes creates an entire franchise around a really highly manipulative and emotionally abusive relationship between a fucking vampire and a teenager.
If it weren't for Al Qaeda, none of this would be possible.
They say divide and conquer. And look what happened during the height of Twilight Fever. Team Jacob or Team Edward. Osama had won.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm marking that in.
Good shit, good shit.
Oh my god, this is a good fucking YouTube short idea. Just no fucking context. Osama had won.
Come on, you lazy bastards! Cute. We guys waiting for me! Time to play dice with death!
Bush did 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, I wonder if my parents could hear me saying all this. They're probably like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know.
Although no, my parents, my mom would be the one that's laughing.
Wake me up when we land.
Yeah. Wasn't she into Twilight?
Yes.
We've located a glyphid net.
Oh boy,
She
do
could
I
thank Al Qaeda for that.
Your primary objective is to locate the
You know, next time I ever see my mom like listening to the audiobooks, I'm just gonna be like, "Oh well, you think freaking Osama bin Laden for those?"
Yeah. Don't you love the butterfly effect?
Oh my god! By the way, I've never seen that movie, but apparently it's like okay.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
just
know how
I'm
it
just
is.
talking about the concept.
I know.
Yeah.
You're cute, but you're dead.
Mr. President is sick and book has been published.
Wonder what slot they're serving in the can.
Oh my god. Also, how to know how influential that all is. Foggy, one of my resident Zoomers, completely gets all of this. I apologize, Foggy. Things have been set in motion long before you were born. Unfortunately, we cannot undo them. You cannot redo. Or that, or we already have been redone, and the time travelers agree that this is the ideal timeline. If so, we're fucked.
Well, you know, if we go with the idea that like time travelers can exist and they can't actually alter a timeline,
Whatever, just an abandoned timeline.
we could be, but like, but let's assume we are like like basically like a deliberately crafted timeline because it's like the like
The best they can manage.
yeah, the best they can manage. What the fuck was the alternative to the Holocaust?
Oh my god.
Like, if they're like, no, we gotta keep that in because otherwise worse
Unfortunately.
things will happen. Like, what the fuck was the alternative?
We don't talk about this.
Of course, time travel's
Also, okay,
thing,
say if they
so-
had to keep the Holocaust, what if they tried to preemptively get rid of, like, the angry mustache model? What was worse than him?
Watch the ceiling.
I don't know. That'll do. Did I ever I can't remember if this was like a conversation I had like on stream or off stream, or if it was with you or my brother, but like did I ever talk to you about the idea of like why the would you kill baby Hitler question is actually stupid? Or maybe not stupid, but pointless?
Oh, no, that was probably with you, brother. I don't remember that.
Okay. Okay. So you know how like people like to, you know, contemplate the idea of like, okay, if you could travel back in time and kill baby Hitler, would you? And a lot of people will be like, well, of course, that's Hitler, right? You got to kill Hitler. Which, like, yes, it is good. You know, in World War II, it's important for Hitler to die, right? But I actually disagree with the notion that killing baby Hitler would actually do anything. Now, I do think, to clarify, I do think some things would obviously be different. A world without Hitler would definitely be different. But I don't think it would be as consequential as some people like to think. Because, let me put it this way. When we talk in, like, you know, history classes or whatever, when we talk about, like, World War One, and, like, for example, imagine, like, a test question that says something, like a free response test question that says something like, what was the biggest consequence of World War One? What would a lot of people would answer World War II. Well, if that's the case, that means it's
Supply drop has been ordered.
Here's the thing, let's put it this way. Statistically speaking, in post-World War I Germany, another different pissed off German would probably rise to power.
Well, yeah. So like, it might not have been Hitler and the Nazi Party, and like, would that possibly have been better than we actually had? Okay, sure, yeah, maybe. You know, not having Nazis would be good, but like, who's to say the Nazis wouldn't exist in some form? Like, they might not be following Adolf Hitler, but maybe there would be some other figure, because there were other figures that they could have followed, right?
There was Hitler had other influential people around him.
Yeah.
Kind of gather people who were like-minded. Emphasize that, people who were like-minded.
Yes, and more importantly, I think the question of like, oh, how do you solve the issues of the world? Is it to kill like this like horrible authoritarian and leave it at that? Like, no, you gotta do. To me, if you have the ability to go back to the time of baby Hitler, you know what you should actually try to do instead of like killing a fucking baby? You should try to do what you can to adjust events so that the circumstances that led to World War II don't happen. So that Germany isn't in such a horrible economic position that they would embrace fascism. Because like, people didn't just embrace these ideologies because like everything was going fine in their lives. People don't do that. People don't embrace radical ideology if everything's going okay. They do that when things are not okay. So the best thing you could do to prevent the Nazis is to actually have
Destroy America.
No. It's to achieve economic stability. So economic populism is actually what you should be striving towards more than anything, right?
Oh, he doesn't say Christ, it says Christ.
Ow.
I remember like a long time ago he said, oh, wait, the freaking dwarf say Christ? No, he says Cripes.
Here, get into cover.
Ah, okay.
There is no dwarf Jesus.
Rip. No salvation for us, I guess. After all, I guess.
We're not made in God's image anyway.
Eh. Oh, hello.
Secondary objective completed. Fine job. Hang in there. Supplies are on the way.
Where's the, there they are.
Friendly fire is actually soft and ugly. Easier, bitch.
Still a, sentinel somewhere.
Maybe they don't actually change anything, maybe they just display stuff at another time. Maybe that's also a possibility there, Kyo.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't have a way to test that.
Well, and I suspect time travel would not work that way anyways.
Ready to blow.
Oh.
Shield. Oh, watch it. You're a true friend. Oh, don't shoot me, you bloated bag of troll blood. Shield charge ready. Attacking me.
Oh, damn it, we brought it out at the same time.
Yeah.
It was
Where you at,
just
where you at, where you at?
You were just on top of me. You pop your shield? Okay, good.
Shield placed.
Okay.
Together.
Okay, I'm just gonna get some distance.
Yep.
Loot bug pop. Loot bug eliminated. Shield
Here, I'm gonna see if I could circumvent him and get some healing.
Are they giving his attention?
Okay. Alright.
Okay, get some ammo and healing.
Okay. Okay, good job. I don't know where my C4 is. That's weird. Alright. He's vulnerable.
Got him.
I do love it when I get that C4 placed correctly. It's so good. Because it instantly shatters the crystals.
Nodules.
Yeah. It's actually part of why I switched to Driller for this one.
Oh my god. You know, now I'm just remembering, what's it? The ending to, was it Deadpool 2 when he has the time travel device? And he like goes back in time, he's about to shoot baby Hitler in the face, he's like, oh, I can't do it. And he just like picks up baby Hitler, like rocking him to sleep, playing with it, he's like, you're gonna grow up to be a horrible person, you know that?
Yeah. I do think how people answer the question of whether or not they would kill baby Hitler is actually very insightful, though, because it does tell you a lot about how they think. So, like, for, you know, like right there with Deadpool, like, oh, would he kill baby Hitler? Like, no, he just can't kill a baby. Like, well, that signals that to me that, like, oh, someone who would say that, it's kind of like the trolley problem where, like, part of the dilemma is, like, you have to pull the lever, right? And for some people, like, that gets them too involved in, like, knowing that they are directly responsible for someone's death instead of being indirectly responsible for more deaths. Feels kind of icky, you know. And that's like, and that doesn't make them a bad person, right? Because it's like, well, you know, just being uncomfortable with taking a life is maybe a good thing.
Also, let's put it this way: we're human. Like,
yeah,
you are programmed to not want to harm a baby. Down to your basest instincts.
Well, yeah, and like, you know, my argument here about, like, why I wouldn't kill baby Hitler is like, it's not because, like, I don't understand the trolley problem math here, because, like, if I truly believe that, like, baby Hitler was 100% destined to become the Hitler that we know,
no one hate,
yeah, then, like, yeah, I think it would be correct to kill the baby. But, like, you know, I guess I don't know that I could actually bring myself to do that, but, like, you know, I can explain that, like, yes, this is the virtuous thing to do. However, I don't think that math actually works out, because I think the better way to actually save people is to provide the economic stability for people to actually feed their families. And if you do that, then, like, why embrace fascism and why go to war, right?
Yep.
And that's why a lot of my politics is oriented around creating this, like, socioeconomic stability for people, right? Like, you know, like an economic populism, basically.
R&D are very interested in getting their hands on them.
It's not the only aspect of my politics, but it's, like, probably the biggest one. Anyways. I guess it's kind of like the political compass test, where political compass test in and of itself is not actually very good at evaluating politics of people. But seeing people's like their reasoning for their answers, that actually is more telling and much more interesting to understand their politics, right?
I'm gonna call you Steve. Oopsie doopsie. Careful! Should have left my nose on the bloody spice ring.
Okay, just 2 more. Okay, Steve is fighting one. Those rockets pair really well with the cryo gun.
Oh yeah.
I noticed that, like if I freeze like a Praetorian or whatever, it tends to shatter when you hit it. Which is pretty good. Alright, there we go.
Ooh,
GG.
I'm out. We did that right when I ran out of ammo.
Okay, I think there's still some ammo up there.
Okay.
Ask your team before double dipping. Come on, I need some new gear. Core infusion commencing.
Let's go for this. Heat pipe. Okay, I'll have to see what that's all about.
Cycle overload for the shotgun. Ooh.
I keep on getting balance overclocks, I notice.
Another day.
Which, like, they're fine, you know, but they're not exciting. And I want
Like, these are just straight upgrades, and it's like, they're very boring. They work, they're good.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring.
Yeah, my favorite overclocks are the ones that, like, do something kind of wild. Like the nuke gun, for example.
Yeah, I want those unstable overclocks because they're interesting, cool.
Yeah, or like I mean, I don't have it equipped on my plasma cutter right now, but like
Spinny Doom one.
But the spinny one, yeah, the one that causes it to spin, that one's very interesting. It's really good if you want to, like, basically, like, if it's like fuck this area in particular, right? Because it moves slower, but it's because it spins, it like has more hits in that area. Even and like it has like less DPS, but again, because it has more hits, it does less damage per hit, but it could have higher DPS if you're actually in that like spinning circle, right?
Yep.
So it's a very interesting overclock because it kind of changes the way you think about the weapon, and the way you approach combat with it. And I think that's better than like just little flat number upgrades. Especially for overclocks, I feel like that's what it really should be. It's just like that crazy shit. Because like if you want like just little like simple upgrades for your weapon, isn't that what the the upgrades are? Like the perks and shit that you grab for them. So, but yeah, it's sometimes having more reliability is actually the best thing. So.
Oh. Yeah, you're gonna go arrow person.
Back's full. Can't carry anymore. I need the mule right here, right now.
You know, what would be an interesting one, like trying to avoid certain, like the moral culpability of killing a baby. Make one of the attempts on Hitler's life successful instead.
Okay.
When he's an adult and already a psychotic douchebag.
Well, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that's like a little bit silly. Like, why specifically baby Hitler, right?
It's like, I'm not gonna kill baby Hitler. I'm gonna kill douchebag Hitler.
Yeah. Of course, I think the idea is that like, oh well, if you kill baby Hitler, like he doesn't even have a chance of like even igniting a spark. But like I said, I think the spark was gonna be ignited by someone. Hitler was just the guy to do it.
Oh, why does dig towards the next one?
Yeah, I was just seeing what was that way. Where's the next one, anyways? Oh, I see what you mean. Well, actually, this tunnel might kind of lead towards it.
Out of ammo! Damn those ceiling bugs!
You got more gold and stuff, anyways.
Hmm. Oh, I think another gag from the Deadpool 2 that I love was that he goes back in time and kills fucking Ryan Reynolds before he does
Yeah.
Wolverine, was it Green Lantern?
Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's pretty good.
And his thing is, "You're welcome, Canada."
That's rude. I was literally about to shoot this guy.
Found greasy meatball.
Oh, and then another one, he goes and kills Deadpool from X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yep.
Although because of behind the scenes things of Deadpool movies, I think my favorite behind the scenes little gag was why so what was it? It turned out that Deadpool 1 was made on an absolute shoestring budget for what it was. Like massive shoestring budget. Because Deadpool had an agreement, so he took less funding to have control, like creative control.
Mm-hmm.
So they had barely any fucking money for what they were trying to do. They pulled it off, obviously.
Yep.
But the reason for the final fight, they wrote a little gag of, "Ah, shit, I left my guns in the taxi." It's because they didn't have enough money to pay for a shootout.
That's actually pretty clever. Like,
So
turn it
yeah,
into a
yeah,
joke.
He
Yeah.
forgets the arsenal in the taxi.
Okay. Alright, shall we go fight this thing?
And that gag was born of the fact they did not have the budget for a shootout.
This is a big one.
Oh shit, I didn't call it on resupply. Oops.
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
Oh. Well, if it camps my body, it might kill itself.
Resupply
Ah.
Everybody collect.
Almost.
Shield up.
That would have been sick if it worked, though.
Getting
yeah.
more ammo.
I hate that that goes for the shield.
Long live Steve.
I also hate that I was like 90% of the way through the resupply. Okay, so I'm just gonna run. Leave me alone!
Grabbing ammo. Stand still a moment. Getting more ammo.
Ah! God damn it! He does not want to let me play.
Nope.
Shield. Thanks. I owe you one, brother. Ammo taken.
Ah, come on!
God.
God, that was like a pixel left! A pixel!
Shield's ready again.
I've never been cucked out of this so hard.
Next for Simon. Take a guess at that wildfire. Take the fire. I'm gonna kill you all.
Come on, 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 come on.
Just about to-
Okay,
just about to-
okay, I got it. Fucking finally.
Damn it, he recharged.
It's okay.
Damn it!
Dude, this one's like low-key. Actually, maybe the hardest one. Because he just has very good stats. And particularly that, like, ground attack move that goes through the shield. Oh my god. I don't know, maybe I
Also,
should...
I think he did just enough damage to down me too.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, maybe I should do engineer, because just... being able to keep more distance while also having a really good boss-killing weapon in the form of the shard diffractor,
Almost lost an arm there.
that's probably just better.
I bloody told you.
Because one of the big weaknesses of drillers is how close you have to get. And like freezing the boss is great, but you know they're also more resistant to the freeze.
Oh, thank God I get to keep the overclock.
Oh, that's good. Let's try. I could at least go see what it is. Yeah, that'd be kind of bullshit if you couldn't. Oh my god. Let's see, what was it? I got it was the heat pipe. Improved charge shot efficiency, faster charge rate, charge shots generate more heat. Yeah, it's kind of dull, kind of boring. I'm gonna switch back to engineer. It's just hard to argue with that shard diffractor. It's so good. I wish I could get an overclock for it. That would be nice.
Identify targets and exterminate. That's how it's done.
Okay.
Get on board the drop pod, team. Mission is ready.
Also, we might have some lithophage, just so you know.
Come on, guys. We're leaving.
Let's leave. The dice are loaded. Could you please hurry up? We're leaving time. Damn, I've got my lucky charm.
Wake me up when we land.
Let's get the job done.
What if we just shot a hole into the surface of Hoxxes?
So we're sending you in to take care of it.
Planet crack
Take those
Hoxxes.
bastards out before they force us to shut down Operation
Mission
Chaos.
Command, Mission Control's like, you can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Hoxxes.
Objective: shoot a hole in the Hoxxes.
Yeah.
Platform.
Also, you know a subtle thing I love about that? Your AI buddy Vega. What was it? Right when the objective says shoot a hole in the surface of Hoxxes, you know what Vega's response is? Understood. Tracking BFG 10,000 now.
Yeah.
Rock and Stone Torture RST.
Platform
Oh
Need
god.
some free
The Life of
space.
Age outbreak is just rock and stone torture. Oh, I need to check out how fast my shotgun fires now. Damn, I forgot to switch to engineer. Fuck! I forgot when you equip it doesn't switch your class automatically.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I guess next mission. Hey, maybe next mission will be like a Liquid Morkite mission. I can switch back to Driller because Driller's awesome for that. Fucking love playing Driller on Liquid Morkite missions, actually. In fact,
It's so simple.
it might be my favorite part of the game. Like,
I
actually.
just remember when I built those cursed fucking pipelines and I just had to complete the mission on my
Yeah.
own.
Yeah, it's almost like building those is my favorite part of the game, and I was really upset you stole that from
He really
me.
has a cozy job.
So don't do that.
Reloading.
Me looking at the seismic map, just dig a hole. Just. Oh wait, no, sorry, you're not Driller.
Yeah, no, I am not Driller. I mean, we could still dig a hole, it's just more tedious.
Less efficient, yep.
Alright,
This is what happens when
There's the Life of Age.
meteorite is left alone for long enough. One platform, ready to use. Reloading.
oh yeah, that's right, ziplines are a thing.
Stand by. The cleansing pod is on its way.
Damn rock box infected lipids.
Cleansing equipment delivered. Do be sure to keep contact with the infection
The
to
Neocyte breeder got away. We gotta kill that thing.
Okay,
Suckers!
I'm a little worried about, you know, this.
This is a very unhealthy work environment. Step one. The
Uh-oh.
rock box boils with foam. Ah!
I got ruined by the rockpox and then immediately a radioactive exploder got on me. Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh no.
I'm getting infected.
Fire!
Alert! Multiple meteor fragments incoming. Drop what you're doing and take care not to get caught in any of the impact zones.
Oh god.
Born ready.
Oh god. Oh god. Everywhere. There's meters everywhere. Oh
No.
no, I'm ruined.
I
No.
can't see shit because of all the screen shake.
Oh no.
I have EDF flashbacks.
I know, right? Oh god.
Do decontaminate thoroughly when you arrive back at the space rig.
This is so sticky! The rock box is touching me!
Thank you.
One sentry gun ready to be built. Locked and loaded. It's armed and ready. What's that smell? All right.
Okay.
Platform up.
Fuel charge and ready. Be gone!
Can no play cards?
Platform.
No play
That was
cards.
too much screen shake going on then.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that was a lot.
At least EDF lets you just straight up turn screen shake off.
You know, I don't know if I ever thoroughly checked if that was a thing in this game. Look at the options. It would probably be. Would it be under gameplay, or do you think it would be under graphics? Might be under
Not sure.
gameplay.
Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day.
Every larva killed is one less infected glyphid.
Um,
Bum ba bum.
I don't see it as an option. Yeah, I don't think it's an.
Down the hatch.
I don't think it's an option in this game, unfortunately.
Where do all these minerals go? Platform off.
That sucks. Oh well.
You know, for our own safety, why don't we just climb inside of Molly?
Good question.
Platform.
Why can't we just climb inside Molly for evac?
Weapon ready.
I guess maybe the idea is you have to be small enough to fit inside her in the first place.
Yeah, but think about the sheer volume of minerals you shove inside of her.
Yeah, well, yes, but you have to get through the entrance. That's what I'm saying. The minerals are small enough to do that, right?
Yeah.
Cleansing part requested.
Cleansing equipment is on its way. Cleansing equipment is on site. Time to stock the rock pucks in its tracks.
I think we're gonna have to. We might have to dig through this. Be careful as you dig through, because it will quickly increase your rockbox exposure. That's something I learned. I think the first time we did rockbox stuff.
Nuke it.
I don't have the nuke. I have the shard diffractor.
Oh.
I mean,
The
yeah, it doesn't
infection's
really do much of a
spreading.
hole.
Get this crap off me.
Weapon ready.
The rock parts.
Ah,
Got me
the
good.
rock box is all over me.
Legworm neutralized.
I may have overdone that.
Oh damn! The rock pox got me.
Thanks.
Okay.
Blade blisters. Let's get some lithophone on them.
NATO side breeder now. One sentry gun ready to be built.
Okay, building a sentry here.
Shoot that breeder.
Applying lithophone on the rock pox foil.
Oh god, there's a lot of bullshit down here. It's one of those bullshit
Vacuuming
rooms.
the foe. Don't touch the rock box. It's worse than die, monster.
Yeah, maybe we should have just gone through here the normal way. I don't know. Oh well.
Great crackle! NATO site breeder, and it's spewing out eggs. Shields ready again. Can do this in my sleep at this point. Shields placed.
I love how you just shoved it out of the way.
Rockbox larva splattered. Zip. Step 2. Vacuum up all the foam and rockbox with the litho vac. Reloaded. really did a number on the Glyphins.
Vacuuming the area.
I was born ready.
Dude, you know what'd be so sad
Full of goodies.
What?
if they had a Rock Pox loot bug.
Oh, poor thing.
That would be so sad.
Plasma burster! Lock and load it.
Here we go.
Rockpox lithophage.
Deploying
CHS4. I
lithophone.
hate you.
Taking the lithophone.
Final contagion spike neutralized. Scanners show no remaining rockpox in the area. Let's get on with it, team.
I popped a loot bug. Let's get the minerals.
Platforms placed.
Born ready.
Bravo! Priority to resupply.
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
There we go.
Oh, there's space to fit drawers aside. Why wouldn't you just use that space to fit more minerals? You know what? Sound logic there, Kyo. Sound logic.
Fair enough.
If there's room for drawers, there's room for more minerals.
Time to restock.
Grabbing ammo. Red sugar.
Getting more ammo. Feel much better now.
What?
Shield charged.
What? Like
There
you,
was
like you didn't do anything, right?
I just hit right here. All of that was only being held up by the itty bittiest needle point right there.
Okay.
What a jaw-dropping experience.
That was weird. That was so weird from my perspective.
Like you just looked away and it was gone.
Well, it's like I was like kind of looking at it, and then just like I blinked and it was gone.
Eat lead!
Sentry gun needs assembly.
Weapon ready.
Sentry armed. Platform created.
I see what you're doing. Okay.
Eat it.
We have to break it up the top too, though.
Yep.
Okay.
Access provided.
Let's see, how high up do we want this?
Platform.
Let's see. So it seems like this structure is kind of held up by some supports. So we can reduce the mining up here by severing the connections at the top, which means once you fully carve out the bottom, it should all collapse. I think I fully severed it from all the connections up here. So yeah, I think it's just.
Okay, I wonder what's holding it up. That itty bitty fucking thing was holding all of that up.
Oh man. Anyways, let me set up like a turret like here.
Sentry gun needs assembling. Sentry armed. Reloading. See you later.
All right.
Reloading.
We've got company!
Ah, it's this
This
one.
fucker.
Well, now I'm much better equipped to fight him. So I don't need to be as close. I can actually keep distance.
Lock and load it. Getting destroyed. Plasma deployed. Reloading. Nine creep. I was born ready.
He does not like me.
Nope.
Reloading.
Probably because I have my boss nuking kit here. So
Born ready. Watch out!
there we go.
There we go.
All right.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
All right.
You're a good mule, Molly!
The next one's that way.
We had a nice clear area to fight him in too.
Yes, actually, it's not too bad. I do find it funny that, like, okay, let me switch to engineer so I could, like, have the better boss killing stuff. It's like, okay, here's a map where it would be really good to be a driller. Okay.
It always happens.
I know. It's like, man, if I were just a driller, this would be so fast. The driller just genuinely does struggle a little bit more in combat. Because you can't really keep your distance as well.
Oh,
And
we dug two down.
Oh, we did. So I love how you just phrase that as we dug two down. Not that we dug too deep. Two down.
Down.
Okay.
I made a platform.
Alright. Okay.
I was born ready.
Dug two down.
Why is this red over here? Oh,
um,
it's your turret.
oh. Okay. So we sort of loop back down on each other. Okay. There's some gold over here, by the way.
Lock and loaded.
Rich. We're rich.
Not enough to do the ritual, but you know. Yeah, you might be right about that.
A lot of digging in this mission.
I know, right? Man, if only I decided to stay a driller. Honestly, this is a big reason of why I'm a driller main, because I feel like there's just too many situations where being able to just dig a hole is very, very useful. It'd be nice if we had like a crew of people we could kind of just play this with.
Yep.
Which, like, I know there's like some people that like do have this game and stuff, but like, you know, do their schedules
Reliably
actually a lot?
here and all
Yeah,
that,
yeah, exactly. Because like I'm also thinking about like with you're almost always gunner, and like that's pretty useful when there's just a lot of enemies, right? Like gunner's
Sometimes
actually
all
good
you
at
need is
combat.
kill.
Yeah.
The hottest potato. Born ready. Red sugar. Booyah! Out of my way, Pat!
Ah, shit.
Sorry, we get up to you. There you go.
Christ! That thing almost ate my pickaxe!
A dwarf never dies.
It's perforation time!
I killed the loot bug.
God, it's such a punchy laser. It's actually insane.
Reloaded.
Honestly, Engineer's kit's pretty good.
Take that!
Like, if you know how to utilize it really well, you can get some
You shouldn't
amazing
precious
stuff done.
minerals.
Oh, hey,
Not
I guess we
get
will be
you
rich.
killed.
Oh, hey.
Overcharged sprinkler here.
Weapon ready.
Just gotta figure out where it is.
We're rich. Molly's on the way. We're rich.
I was born ready.
We're rich.
Oh, wait, you already got it?
We're rich.
I don't know. Wow.
We're rich.
Wait, how?
We're rich. We're rich.
Unless this is like...
We're rich.
Oh, my aching head.
Well, okay, let me join you.
Please, bloody focus.
We're rich. 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 We're rich.
Over here by the market point.
We're rich. We're rich. Look over
We're
here.
rich.
We're rich.
Look there.
Guys,
We're rich.
blind. Look over here.
We're rich.
Dreadnought cocoon
We're
here.
rich.
I wonder what's inside this time. Did you borrow my underwear?
Oh, there's a lot of stuff in this chamber, actually.
Platform.
We are
Like
rich.
the sound of that.
Yeah.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
Resupply order.
Locked and loaded.
Stand back. Supply pod inbound.
Okay.
Resupply arrived. Go restock.
God, if only I were a driller.
If only, if only.
Never felt better.
This is actually one of the worst cases of this in a long time, though. Because like I know I've made this like joke before, but like, wow, this is one of the worst I've had in a very, very long time. Okay. Do we have this open and clear in the way that we want?
About.
Okay, let me create a platform here.
Platforms, please.
Machine booting.
That return
Get ready.
here.
Sentry off.
Okay. Oh, so we doing that first? Rez?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess to be fair, like, yeah, it is better to do this first, because you get to keep the overclocks, even if you die.
Be ready for anything.
Miners, a wave of heavily armored Ebonite glyphids are approaching on a direct intercept vector. Be advised, conventional weapons will be ineffective. Stick to your trusted pickaxes for this one.
Die!
Bam! I got the Praetorians.
Be gone!
Reloading. Plasma grenade. Crawl back the hell.
Glyphid Praetorian eliminated.
Ready to kill some more crates. Yeah. Taste the pickaxe.
We need to kill 7 more.
Preserve your bullets. What's this? Pow!
One more.
Bam!
Alright,
That's a wrap.
there we go.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh,
Nicely done, team. The diffuser is primed and ready.
well,
Shockwave killed.
broke the egg.
Weapons ready.
Okay, quickly grab this one. There we go. Okay. I have my overclock.
Reloading. Reloading. Horn ready.
Alright, good. Got one down.
One left. Ready to use.
All objectives completed.
There we
Mark
go.
on the mule when you're ready, and we'll pick you up.
Reloading.
Woo! That was a bit
I
rough.
was born ready. Getting supplies. Yeah, give me some sugar. I'm getting too old for this crap.
See, we're only missing one fossil, and they're up there.
I made a platform. Platform up.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Alright.
Secondary objective completed. Make it home to collect your bonus.
Alright. Let's resupply and we'll be good.
Some more
Ammo
crates.
taken.
I needed that.
We're sending in the drop pod. Head for LZ.
Getting more ammo.
Let's see. Yeah, I might be through there.
Drop pod arrived. Mule is returning to LZ. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, and Molly is coming this way, so this is the best path.
Platform.
Stop shooting, you pointy ear leak lover.
Horn ready.
I can see it.
Access provided.
I do love how I can melt Macteras like that.
Lock and loaded. Platform created. One sentry gun ready to be built.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
Drop pod departing in
Nothing.
T-minus
Alright, that's
4
fine.
minutes.
What's the plasma?
Fire you,
Load it.
red lump of lard.
Come on, we have to.
GG.
Mule has docked. Initiating launch sequence. Retrieving escape pod.
Follow this.
Oh, damn, so close to getting up the next tier in the freaking battle pass.
oh, you mean the actual battle pass? Yeah. Sorry, my brain was. Some people use battle pass as a code for something else. And if you know, you know.
Yoink.
Hey, would you say rewards points are just battle passes for retail?
Explain the logic on that one.
You gotta spend money to get money. You have to spend money to do anything. Therefore, you gotta engage with the retail to go anywhere.
I guess. Oh, and the next mission's a industrial sabotage, which is another mission that's actually way better to be engineered on instead of
Drop pod is ready. Time to leave.
driller.
Oh,
Okay.
we're going double engineer.
All right. What are you bringing?
My newly juiced up shotgun and the delete this launcher.
Okay. So I'm gonna bring my. I mean, I could bring nukes. Nukes are fun, but nukes might not be very good here. So maybe it's better to go breach cutter, and then. Yeah. Okay. All right. Engineer time.
Let's play.
Drop sequence initiated.
You know what?
Fasten
I just had a
your
random thought because I looked at my freaking my dwarf.
Yeah.
The next the next mainline Sonic the Hedgehog game, they based Eggman's look off of Jim Carrey.
Is that self-cannibalism?
What?
Is that self-cannibalism? Because it's like looping in on itself?
Only danger.
The Sonic the Hedgehog Ouroboros.
Yeah. Sonic the Ouroboros.
Get ready to rumble.
Oh, let's see how fast the shotgun fires.
Oh. Oh my god. Okay. That's
Damn.
Destroy the operations and appropriate that data for
Aggressive.
actions.
Yeah, Rez can really say fuck you in particular. I'm just here to say fuck you in general.
Dear zip code.
Yeah, well, I'm not bringing the nukes. It's not, maybe not zip code, but like the street, especially since like it's a cutter, so it does go in a line.
To the residents of.
Yeah.
Platform. Platform up and loaded. Weapon ready.
And I have the electric machine gun with some synergy from the plasma cutter. So like, I'm the cable guy, I guess. I don't know.
Larry the Cable Guy. You know, I think that's just like a comedian from that era that just kind of disappeared. You hear nothing about them.
Yeah, basicing his legacy is voicing Mater in Cars.
And you know, I gotta say, considering all the shit that like some celebrities been like shown they've been up to lately, like, you know what, maybe just getting forgotten is the safest option at this point.
Yeah. Well, it's not necessarily that it's like forgotten, because like a lot of people remember it, but it's more like, fading into obscurity, I guess, might be a better way to phrase that. Which is different than being forgotten.
I want to punch the guy in R&D who programmed Molly. Can't use this for anything.
But yeah, no, it's sometimes if you don't hear much about a celebrity, that might be a good thing. The amount of shitty things that they can get involved in, pretty
Like
bad.
Bill Cosby.
Yeah, no, that one broke a lot of people's hearts, particularly for like Gen X black people.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no, if you're Gen X and black, that one most likely like hit you right in the feels.
And the fucked up thing is, like, apparently, like, a lot of people knew, but no one actually just said anything for the longest time.
That's the thing about the Me Too movement, right? It's
Yep.
like for example, with like with Harvey Weinstein, people were making like Seth MacFarlane at like one of the Oscars in like what 2010 or something like that. He made like a joke about Harvey Weinstein being creepy or whatever. And like everyone just kind of laughed about it because everyone kind of knew what he was making a joke about. And like that's like disturbing in hindsight because it's like, oh my god, like they knew but they didn't act on it. Like, and maybe they didn't know the full extent. Most people probably like, he's just like a creepy old guy. But like some of them definitely knew exactly what was going on with him.
Just hearing the shotgun go off.
Oh, hi Stella, how's it going? Hi.
He wants the souls of the innocent.
How's it going? Am I gonna let myself potentially die on stream just to show you on camera and pet you? Maybe. I could throw my shredder grenades out to try to reduce the chances of that.
Kitty.
Great. You want to be in the desk?
Shredder's out.
Is it desk nap time again?
You shouldn't eat precious minerals.
Oh, she's staring at the monitor. I guess this is like a challenge mode. Play the game while the cat's literally in front of the monitor.
A lot harder than my cat. He likes to sleep behind the monitor because it's all toasty back there.
This is also something I noticed the other day when I was streaming Zelda. Stella noticed, became aware of like Link moving on my screen.
Uh-huh.
And like kind of wanted to like bat at Link a little bit.
I want that twink to shoot.
Yeah. A little bit. Though because this is in first person and third person, I don't think she's having quite the same reaction.
I wonder how long it'll be before Nintendo ever has a twink death version of Link. Actually, does Hero Shade count?
What do you mean?
Link is no longer a twink.
I mean, I guess?
Or is being an undead version of yourself cheating?
I mean, if twinks are kind of on the verge of skeleton mode, wouldn't being a literal skeleton kind of just make sense? Though I guess he's more of he's a shade, not a skeleton. I don't know.
It's a subtle balance.
Yeah.
It's like the meme of Stan from American Dad looking at the fridge magnet.
Oh, and now she's noticed my phone, which is displaying my stream. You were on that. I can see her trying to comprehend what this is all about, like this whole like setup here. But she's
like, "What the fuck is this?"
She clearly doesn't get it, but she's trying to.
Never felt better.
And now she's just licking herself.
And the shredder grenades are so good against shredders.
Yeah, shredders are. I think they're kind of good if you don't have a specific like if you just need something that's just generally good, just grab the shredders. And if you, because I think the other grenades for engineer you grab if you have like specific like plans or whatever. It's like plasma burster you bring because you anticipate needing to just like throw a like it's kind of like a good emergency button in a way where it's like grab this when shit hits the fan and you need like a burst of damage right now. The proximity mine, well, those are mines, so you gotta set them up like defensively and stuff, right? And then like the lure grenade, you use in a more particular way as well because like it's not really there to do damage, it's more to kind of, well, lure them to a specific spot and maybe distract them.
I was born ready. Warden down. Now kill the rest of them.
Yeah, I should probably have a turret like
One
here.
sentry gun ready to be built.
And then he's Stella deciding to sleep behind my desk now. Yeah. I don't even know if she was really playing before she on the cat cam before, so maybe I should just have the Together Tuesday screen up instead. Because why show you guys my living room if there's nothing going on there?
Ghost.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, speaking of like ghosts and like seeing a living room and all that, remember when Paranormal Activity was at its fucking height?
Oh yeah. That was like when we were actually going to the same school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lock and loaded. That's it. Bag's full. I called for the mule. I can't carry anymore. I need to deposit in the mule.
The existential thing of we've known each other for longer than half our lives.
Yeah. Well, and I was like talking a bit or rambling a bit about that. Oh, my monitor turns off. Did Stella? Did you just hit a power? Is there a power button on the side here? Oh, okay. Well, it came back on. Okay. What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, but like the other day on my Zelda stream, I was like rambling about like that, or kind of tangentially related to that. Just like
Born ready.
I was thinking about like some close friends I have and stuff, and I was like, I remembered the friend that goes by Azrakai here on Twitch and in Discord.
Yeah.
So, because I've known him, well, so I've known him since I was 4, and I still loosely maintain contact with him. I've realized on Sunday that I hadn't messaged him since like November of last year, so I shot a message literally like during the stream, because I'm like, okay, you know what, like it's been a long time, I should say hi. And we chatted a little bit after stream actually. So. In fact, he told me that he was planning on coming back to the United States actually, and I was like,
oh wow, he's been in the Philippines for a while.
Yeah. So it looks like they're wanting to move out here.
Huh.
So
I'll admit, the desert here is nice to live in.
yeah, well, I don't know if he's specifically aiming to, you know, here in Arizona or somewhere else. Though obviously, like, he has a couple of friends in the form of me and my brother that live here. So.
Platform up. I made a platform. Reload it.
But yeah, it sounded like he was a little bit concerned about like rent prices and stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, yeah, that's kind of a problem everywhere in the country.
Yeah, you're not gonna escape that.
So I'm not sure.
I mean, Arizona's more reasonable than some places, but
yeah. I told him to talk to my brother about that, so it's, my brother actually, you know, did go through that process of like looking for his own apartment and stuff.
Born ready. Access provided.
Like recently too. So.
Loot box down.
Also, you know, my brother's a math guy, so like if there's any like budgeting math that needs to be done, he would obviously be able to handle that really easily. You know.
I'm taking some of the ammo. Oh yeah.
But yeah, anyways, it was nice to kind of catch up a little bit with him.
Weapon ready.
He was also told me that he's been having his wife play through Ocarina of Time, and she beat that, and now she's on like Majora's Mask. And I was like, oh, that's really cool.
This one's for Carl.
Because yeah, he loves Ocarina of Time so much. And it's actually the reason I'm even into Zelda, really. It's because, you know, I had this really cool childhood friend who I watched play Zelda like a fuck ton, and here I am with a Twitch channel where I've been streaming Zelda games for like 2.5 years.
Kind of weird to think about how far I've come.
Yeah.
Platform.
Like, I guess another statistic that also keeps throwing at me is that, like,
Where is that damn?
I don't consider myself big at all, and like I have a very like I consider my view count pretty small, intimate. Like, you know, it's never massive or anything.
I mean,
like,
which is technically true. Like it is intimate. I think is a good way to describe it.
but it's just realizing, oh, I'm technically in like the top like 85 or 90%. It's like what?
Yeah, that's kind of true. Well, you know, that was also something I was like rambling about a lot of things on Sunday actually. It was kind of weird because like there's like no one in chat, so like here's a bunch of rambles about like
Yep.
a bunch of different things, which is honestly good. I actually feel really good about that though, because I've been struggling with that lately, and by lately I mean like the past like fucking year. Um, like I feel like I've really lost a lot of my ability to just like ramble about stuff and not really be overly concerned with like
Silas the Amazing, or is it Silas simply? Anyways, got Rock and Stone.
Rock and Stone, welcome. But yeah, because like you know, and I'm sure I know it's an anxiety thing that like I've been like struggling more with like creating commentary on stream and like just rambling and talking about stuff that's just on my mind. So I was really actually proud of myself that on Master Sword Sunday I was able to do that for myself. Anyways, but I'm getting sidetracked off myself. But yeah, I was like kind of talking about like how it's been for us on Twitch and stuff, and like, you know, it's like sometimes I feel kind of like disheartened by the fact that like I've been doing this for 2.5 years and I only have 142 followers or whatever, and you know that's not a whole lot. And, you know, like average viewership tends to be kind of meh.
I was born ready.
But then on the other hand, it's like, well, think about it this way. I've been streaming for 2.5 years and I have like over 140 followers. Wow, that's actually kind of impressive, but in a way. Because it could have just been nothing.
Like a lot of people end up with.
Yeah. A lot of people go actually nowhere.
Yeah,
like
Scouts, together we steal a barrel. Wait, we always steal barrels though.
Yeah. Well, and like, you know, and also thinking about it, it's like, okay, well, like I hit affiliate, you know, in like for 6 months of streaming. In fact, actually, funnily enough, I hit it before you did.
Yeah.
Even though you're like 6 times my size now. But like,
That is weird to think about, actually, too.
It is weird to think about.
It's the weird thing, because I interact like with a lot of people on like a lot of the people like I talk to and everything, Twitter, Discord, everything. I always interact with people as if they're bigger than me, but more than often than not, I'm the one bigger than them. Lately, it's like, what?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely still usually the small one, with a few exceptions. I mean, like if I'm talking to, like I guess there's some people who are like maybe closer, like are basically on the same level as me, but like technically I am bigger than them. Technically, but you know, like Ocelot, for example, like technically I have a bigger following than him, but like we're both in the same camp. Same thing with like Destiny, like technically I'm larger, but like am I really? You know, because growth isn't exactly linear anyways. But like, you know, another thing that was like thinking more optimistically about this channel is like, well, you know, I've collected multiple checks from Twitch now. You know, it's not like,
again, that's way better than most people.
Most people will collect $0.00 from Twitch in their entire time on Twitch, whereas I've made, you know,
some money.
Yeah, I've made like I don't know the total amount.
No, you paid like a couple hundred by now.
Oh, more than a couple hundred. Because like the first couple of paychecks I got, it had to be from
before the $50. Yeah.
Yeah, it had to exceed 100 in the first place, and I think I got 2 of those before they made the switch to 50. And I've gotten a few of the 50. I actually recently got one of those like a week ago, and the last time before that was in April. So like, basically, what, like every 4 months now at this rate, give or take. You know, it obviously depends on whether or not people throw gifted subs or whatever, but like, you know, it's something, and it's really easy for me to get kind of drowned in the thoughts of like it's not enough. like really easy for me to get drowned in those spots, but like it's. This is something I can truly say like I've made of my own, like, through my own effort, right? Like no one can take this from me. That no one like the most I could say is like, well, maybe like I don't know, just like the connections with you, but like even then, like, is that really what's doing it though? Because if that was the case, like, would you be 6 times bigger than me? I don't know if that's how that would work.
Hacking pod successfully connected to the power station.
I don't know. It gets a little bit weird when you start factoring in stuff like that, because it's not technically, it's not strictly my own, but it is largely my
I
own.
probably could be bigger if I went a little bit harder.
Well, yeah, I mean that's of course that's true, right?
Me, it's like, yeah, it went hard in the beginning, but now it's kind of vibing.
You go pretty hard though. Like, or you go hard in the sense that you are very, very active. Like you keep yourself very, very busy with this.
Arguably too busy.
I mean, it's subjective, but I'm inclined to agree that, like, yeah, maybe you do keep yourself too busy.
But kicking back don't make it.
But it ultimately depends on what you actually want to do, right?
I always say my goals multiple times. As long as they get bigger, that's because I want bigger and bigger charity events.
Yeah. And I'm very happy to be there every step of the way.
If I make a little money in the meantime, whatever. I'm mostly it's what's for the charities get more money.
Yeah. Well, and like the other thing I was like rambling, another thought I had while rambling is like, you know, when thinking about like the types of people who end up like making it big on like Twitch or YouTube or whatever, there's.
Oh, did I tell you that I shot down a company wanting a affiliate deal?
Yeah, hold off that thought.
Yeah.
But I do remember you mentioning that. Like the main trait, like there's a lot of different traits about people who are like successful to varying degrees, right? But like, I think there might be one that is actually universal, and it's people who are willing to just keep doing it.
I'll go find the second power station.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is obviously easier said than done, but like.
Oh yeah, no, there were like legit, because I do like a 20, now 20, well, usually 20 hour stream schedule per week, and it's like, yo, it's a fucking lot.
Yeah, and I used to do a 20-hour stream schedule. I mean, I would like to return to that schedule, but it's...
I used to do 25.
Yeah, and it's like, but it takes a lot of energy to actually do that. Especially if you have anything else in your life going on.
Like me, I'm employed, so it's like...
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can afford to do it the way I do it.
That's kind of true.
The way I do it. Because you don't have to spend a lot of money to stream, but the way I do it, it takes a lot of money.
Platforms placed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just...
Access provided.
What's the point of this broad rant going on here? It's like... It's kind of surreal to think about this,
where we started 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, and like, especially since it was really just born out of this like fuck it moment.
Yeah, no, it was literally like it's
like
we both like you started as a fuck it moment, and I went a little bit later.
Yeah, so it's like because like
mostly due to health reasons.
Well, yeah, so like you and I were like you had like message, like you had put a message in like our Discord that we have in our like with just our close friends. About like, oh man, it'd be so cool to do this, and I like kind of chimed in like, yeah, it'd be, you know, I've really, I've been this is like the type of stuff I've been thinking about for years, man, and then I was just like, I kind of had this moment after I like typed that, I'm like, well, like, what does it actually take to even just like do a live stream? And I looked it up, and you know, and I was like, oh, just download like an encoder, and like you could, that's basically it. Like, download a thing that you could get for free.
And make sure what you're doing is within your performance stack.
Yeah. And, like, especially since, like, a lot of the stuff I was interested in streaming wasn't even, like, all that resource intensive because it's like, you know, old Zelda games and shit. Like, well, shit, man.
Platform created. Good time.
Me, I kind of turned into like that one episode of SpongeBob where Squidward started building that snow fortress. I was like, what if this? Oh, but what if this? But what if this?
A little bit, yeah. Like, yeah, because when you first started out, at least to me, it wasn't clear that you were planning to do any like VTubing. It was just like you were just gonna do streaming in a similar fashion to me. But then like you had this something, and you decided like to also do VTubing, and well, like it turns out that worked out for you.
Very marketable.
Yes.
I mean, there's no beating around the bush. VTubing is very marketable.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Which probably explains a lot about the
growth differences.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just like it's just not for me. Like, and I'm not gonna like bend over backwards to be something I'm not, right?
That'd be disingenuous and actually arguably make it even harder to watch.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And like one of the things I made a big deal of when I started out streaming was like, hey, I want you guys to know that you're always going to get a very like honest and real version of me, at least to the best of my ability.
And you know what? That's the thing you should go for. Like, yeah, if you play it up for entertainment, but like how should I put it? It's easy to just kind of be you. Therefore, you can focus on other things and make yourself more entertaining because you're not worrying about some other thing.
Well, yeah. So like instead of creating like a fake personality that like I will probably end up hating myself over, it's like try to highlight the aspects of my personality that do exist, and bring them out, right?
I mean, hell, the difference between me on stream and me at IRL is mostly just energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reloading.
Although I will say it takes a lot of caffeine to maintain this. Because work takes a lot out of me. I've calmed down. I got to the point where I was drinking like 2 bangs in a day, but now I'm just down to 2 monsters. Still bad, but it was a lot worse.
Did we do the second thing yet? No, we still haven't. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like running around here as if like we're about to like do the big thing. Where's the second thing?
That's where I am.
Okay.
Like legit at my worst caffeine wise, I was drinking like 2 bangs in a day. Just letting you know, a single bang has 300 milligrams of caffeine in it.
Access provided.
For an average human, want to know what the maximum daily recommended amount of caffeine is? Can you take a guess, Sin?
I don't know off the top of my head.
300 milligrams.
Fun.
I was born ready.
It's a wonder I never got caffeine poisoning.
I got it.
Hi there, kitty. Did you meow at the mic? Did anyone hear that?
I did not hear a meow.
Aw, because he meowed at the mic.
No.
Secondary objective.
I mean, it's possible it was caught on your stream. Oh, hey. I found a thing.
Hi there, kitty. My cat cam is disabled now because I took it down to make room for filming. Oh, by the way, if there's anybody new in the chat, I do have a YouTube channel. There's links down below as well. I'm slowly spitting my YouTube output up every bit by bit. I mostly do shorts, but I am going to be trying to do a little bit more long-form content, specifically around firearms mostly, or just whatever catches my fancy. I know it's not good for analytics to branch out wide, but you know what? Fuck you guys, I do what I want.
Hey, look.
We're rich.
Hey, look, we're rich.
We're rich. We're rich.
See here.
Anyways, do you want to talk about the, speaking of not doing things that are typically orthodoxly useful, you want to talk about how you said no to an advertiser, like the base king that you are?
Oh yeah, so an energy drink company reached out to me for a sponsorship.
Please, bloody focus.
How appropriate for caffeine fiends like me. But anyways, And I genuinely had to mull it over for a bit, because here's the thing. Money's nice. I'm not gonna dissuade that. I like money. Everybody like, and it comes down to a basic thing of if I have resources and more of them, I can do more. It's a very basic thing, and even someone like me, who's like very much a very anti-corpo person, but does recognize the fact that resources are nice. And the first little bit, it's like I'm very cagey about corporations in general. Now they seem like a very small corporation, but regardless, still a company.
Yeah.
Wanting me to sell a product for them.
Get this home safely.
And I just didn't feel right about it. Not out of any like thing wrong with the company per se or anything. It's just like the very act of it felt a little bit. Ugh.
Yeah, no.
Especially considering what all I espouse.
Yeah, no, because I think my argument about like why it's better to say no to advertisers is so that you are basically never like financially influenced by them, right?
Yes. And you know what, people, if I ever do take from an advertiser or sponsor or anything like that, I'm gonna be very, very fucking as open as I can. And if there's anything in an agreement that says I can't be open about it, I will not take it.
Yeah. And bear in mind, I don't shame people who do take sponsorships because everyone like if you gotta pay the bills, you gotta pay the bills.
Resources are nice,
right? Like
we all need resources. That's just a reality of life. We all need resources.
Yeah, it's just my description of like why it's better to not take it is it's not born out of pragmatism. It's more born out of like I guess like a principle. I guess
It's a principle. And some people have different principles than us.
Yeah. So
Sentry gun needs assembly.
there's certainly a nuanced conversation to be had about it, but like if you can say no, it's probably better to, you know. It's like a purity thing, I guess, but it's not like it's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of it. And also, here's the thing: the reason I can say no is because my day job pays me quite well.
Yeah.
And it's tribal owned, so even though it is a corporation, it is tribal owned, so I feel a little bit less cagey about it.
Yeah.
We don't have shareholders to answer to, we have a tribe to answer to. Which is more in line with my values.
Yes.
I like the sound of that.
Now, if this tribe ever decides to like turn into a publicly traded thing where they're whatnot, then I'm gonna have some fucking issues.
We're on the same team. Ordering a hacking pod.
But Rez, why don't you work for your tribe? I don't like my tribe. Oh no, I don't like my tribal government.
Stand back.
Yeah.
If you ever want to find one of the members of my tribal government, look for the nearest what was it?
Molly was meant for hauling
What was it? PBR match going on. PBR being professional bull riding.
Hacking pod has arrived. Get it connected to
Probably
the power station.
Vegas. Now, granted, we do have a new Navajo Nation president, and I am very hopeful for him. But also, just as a rule, I don't trust politicians as far as I can throw them, really.
I think there's a healthy amount of skepticism to be had about that. And man, this hacking pod is really far. You know what? Maybe I just dig a hole. Again, me digging a hole, and I'm not a driller. Pain.
Pain, Pecco.
Yeah, has pain. Maybe even some Pecco.
Yeah. Also, geez, the 24-ounce monster is only 240. No, I'm not drinking the 240s. I'm drinking the 160 milligrams. But I have seen the 240s.
Okay. I need to dig like here.
Actually, anyone who drinks energy drinks, what's like some of your favorite flavors? I guess in the case of Sin, who doesn't drink energy drinks, favorite caffeinated beverage.
I mean,
Actually,
probably the
Diet Doc? What do you consider like Diet Pepsi?
yeah, mostly. There's also like a mango Pepsi Zero that I really enjoy. Oh man, I am like struggling to find the correct angle here. Yeah, I should probably just go more sideways here.
For me, I think the two flavors of Monster specifically that I like, and I've actually only recently started drinking Monster because my employer used to actually stock Pepsi products, but our contract was up for renewal, and Coca-Cola had the better bid, so now we're being supplied with Coca-Cola. But of the Monsters that I'm drinking, I think my two favorite flavors right now are the Peachy Keen, and the Aussie Lemonade. I think those two are my favorite. Although the Ultra Red is another one I like. I have no idea what's supposed to be flavored as, but I like it. It's definitely artificial as fuck. But before we had my company switched over suppliers to Coke, we mostly had Rockstar Energies. And of the Rockstars, I really liked the 240 milligram, the blue zero carb.
Maybe I have a little bridge.
The blue zero carb
This is fun.
Rockstar was really good, and then the fruit punch one.
Yeah.
But good God, the fruit punch one had so much fucking sugar in it. Like, it has more than like freaking lemonade, the lemonade monster I'm drinking.
Good times.
Oh god. Yeah, there we go.
Platform. Platform up. I really can't use this for anything.
Okay.
I made a platform. I like the sound of that.
Oh, the hacky pod fell way the fuck over there.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm like trying to build this bridge. Like, it's like in such an awkward spot. I'm like,
One platform, ready to use.
I think.
God, even a zipline would have been great here.
Platform.
There we
Got
go.
no ammo left.
Okay. So if we utilize this, then we may want to expand it a little bit just so it's easier for us to go through. I do like, as much as it's like, oh man, I wish I was Driller here. I do
This
like.
is so bad. Oh, hi there. We have a lot of guests right now.
Oh, hello. I do like that a lot of the challenge of this game is about figuring out navigation.
No more oppression. Grabbing ammo.
Like, it's the reason why I enjoy this game.
The environment itself is kind of a puzzle.
Yeah. And wouldn't you know it, the Zelda fan really enjoys it when games kind of meld, like, puzzles and combat.
Reloading.
You just reminded me that there was in the PS2 era, the 3D Mortal Kombats, one of them had a side game called Puzzle Combat.
Okay.
It was Mortal Kombat Tetris.
Huh.
Then they also had Mortal Kombat, what was it?
We have connection.
Kart racing.
Hacking pod online. Stop the hacking when you are ready.
They also had Mortal Kombat Bowling.
Red sugar.
The 2000s were kind of wild.
Yeah.
One sentry gun ready to be.
I remember when Tekken 7 was new and they first brought out Tekken Bowling for Tekken 7. People were like weirded out, like, why is this? What's this have to do? Me, a person who's been a fan of Tekken since the freaking PS1 era. Finally.
Get to work, nerd.
Get to work, nerd!
Is a nerd.
Hacking has commenced. Protect the hacking drone.
Access provided. Booyah! That's all you got, you slippery shit! Lock and load it. Sentry gun needs assembly. Dilate the mother shit.
Also, damn, this turret's really powerful. This singular upgraded turret.
Yeah.
Bring it, Becker! I was born ready. Next point, try setting some tree houses. Yes, they haven't get it. Either is a master warp. Platform nice. Bam!
And if only they had Hoxxes do a wow, like, it sounds like I'm in.
Yeah.
Reloading!
That would have been fun.
Excellent. The second power station has been hacked. Get back to the vault and disable the emergency power to take down the force field fully. We're almost there, team.
One platform, ready to use.
What's the way out of here? I kind of forgot how I got here.
Oh, I think we want to go to where Hoxxes was, actually. I think? God, I'm actually not sure.
Oh, it's up here, up here, up here. I found it.
Oh, yeah, no, I think I'm in the right spot.
If you found two paths to the same place. Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Damn robots! This is our weapon ready! Shredder! Don't get him in your beard! Shred and destroy! Weapon ready!
God, getting a freaking shredder in your beard?
Oh no.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
You know, I say that now I'm just imagining like having a huge, massive, dramatic scene, like it's played like an emergency surgery scene in like a war movie or something, but it's literally just a dwarf barber trying to extract a freaking shredder out of another dwarf's beard.
Lock and loaded. The caretaker is opening up. Shoot the exposed parts. What's this?
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Time to restock.
Oh, we can reload each other's sentries.
Yes. Like, I think any class can do that.
Nah, as a gunner, I can't reload your sentry.
Okay.
Ready to kill some more traits.
I think it's like, since I have sentry gun ammo, it counts.
Maybe. Yeah.
Focus fire on the caretaker's eye. Reloading. Splat! Reloading. Platform.
I mean, what the talk? I could send you my, what was it? On Discord, I'll probably send you my ref sheets that I have.
Shoot the open vent like that. I'm taking some of the ammo. Horn ready. Shred and destroy.
God. The bombs keep teleporting to where I am.
The bomb knows where you are because it knows where you aren't.
Getting more ammo. Platform up. Reloading. Find the open eye and shoot it. Access provided. I was born ready. Be gone! You scrap heap pile of crap. Platform reloaded. Born ready. By Carl, that is a lot of shredder.
Tripod requisitioned. Launching now.
Platform. Fire on the caretaker's glowing bits. Medics on some pansies. Getting supplied. Much better. Ah! Reloading.
There we go.
Case the pickaxe! Weapon ready. That's three. Reloading.
Ow. That hurt.
Platform sight.
There we go. We got it.
Okay.
Caretaker destroyed. That data is ours. Bam! Locked and loaded. Marker up. Found something. Let's stick that data rack on Molly. Can I get some attention? We got the data rack. Data rack secured.
Okay.
We did it.
The data rack is secured, and you've ended their prospecting in this area. Damn fine work. Call in a part from the mule to get you home.
Therefore, our playthrough BG3, I'm gonna be a druid cleric and nice, a support caster. Me, I'm still running pure monk on my on my save.
Try threading some tree houses instead.
Also, the buffs they did to the monk are just so great. Like monk actually feels so viable.
Yeah.
And although I will say though, one of the biggest buffs to the monk in Baldur's Gate for me is actually not even one that the devs did, but it's just like the fact. Okay, so where I mostly have monk, it's in the campaign that Sin is running. Thing is though, all of us, because we're all kind of hardcore gamers,
We're so
actually-
hardcore, guys.
thing is though, it's straight up not safe
Donkey,
to even do
come here.
short rests in that campaign.
Well, it depends, but like, it's more that it's not so much that it's a safety issue; it's more about a time issue.
Come here.
Oh, Molly! She just threw my ass off.
Oh boy, can I make a platform on that? I
Why
cannot.
made a flat
Okay.
shredder? Shredder drone down. Shredders deployed. Back wall.
All right, let's hit the button.
Drop pods on
In
the way.
tactician
Hang in
mode?
there.
No, in actual, we play in tabletop simulator.
Yeah.
So we're playing the tabletop D&D.
Yeah.
Weapon ready.
But so like the reason why it's hard to take
Even short rests.
the reason why it's hard to take rests frequently at least is because the party is trying to chase
Retrieving the mule.
down an undead army basically,
Drop pods departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
and they need to get there before it's like too late type of thing, you know.
Back wall.
So it's not so much like, oh, there isn't the space to take a rest. Like there is, and you have done that before actually. It's more of that it's hard to, if you want to keep up your pace,
And loaded.
it can be kind of tricky.
Platform three.
And so usually long rests are the main ones that happen because that's like, you gotta sleep at some point, you know?
One sentry gun ready to be built.
Also, I think in general we weren't really in a strong habit of like taking rest when we could because like we just wanted to keep going.
And even then, short rests are literally just like you can hand wave those. In hindsight, you can just kind of hand wave short rests.
Yeah.
Of, like time passes. And even then, short rests I think in Raw are literally only like 30 minutes.
Yes. And you have done like I remember. You remember the one room I had where all the undead experiments in?
Yeah.
I remember you. That's one of the times you realized, like, oh, we could just take a short rest right here because, like, you cleared out the room, and then there's just the experiments that were in their cages. So, like,
They're not getting out.
yeah, and so you actually took the time to take a short rest between those fights, so that you could actually have all your resources.
Thank you for the follow.
For the upcoming stuff that I want to have you guys do, I definitely want to have some kind of like thing that you can just like find on the map and pick up, and it's like, congratulations, your class resource has regenerated. Now you could use it more. because it isn't just the monk, it's also like the barbarian with the rages and paladin with their like healing points, and I think a couple of like some I think the smites as well. No, the smites are not tethered to a class resource.
They're tethered to your spell slots for long rest.
Yeah, so I feel like there was another. Maybe it might have been. Oh, you know, it was the thing where they channel undead. What's that called?
You're in your channel divinities.
Yeah, channel divinities. Yeah, that's what's called.
Because you and clerics, paladins and clerics have channel divinities.
Yeah, so that's also like a class resource. And then like bardic inspiration for the bard, and is there one for the druid? That like I might be forgetting.
No, everything's long rest for druid.
Well, yeah, but in terms of like here's a thing that you can pick up to regenerate your class resource.
Wild shapes and spell slots.
Oh, that's right. You're limited on wild shapes. Yeah, that's definitely something that I want to be able to regenerate for you. Because like the finale of the campaign is going to be like an undead, like the undead are laying siege to a coastal city, and all the events.
Also, that coastal city is the last port out.
Yeah. So basically, the final like set of encounters, and I say set because they're not just doing one big thing; they're doing a lot of things as part of this big thing. It's all gonna happen in like maybe like no more than a 12-hour period, which means you're not gonna have a long rest, and you're gonna struggle to find time for a short rest. It's gonna be like a go 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 go. So I'm gonna like just straight up homebrew something that will just allow you to regenerate your resources. But like in order to gamify it, it'll be like, okay, let's like have it be something that you could find out on the map. Because I also am gonna have you try to encourage your characters to explore the map to find like civilians that might be like trapped or injured. Because like they need help. So while you're doing that, maybe you also find some other things that are nice for yourself. So game design's interesting.
But yeah, basically the reason Monk's supposed to be more powerful for me in Baldur's Gate 3 is because I could like, for every long rest you take in game, you have 2 short rests that you can instantly use. They literally just press button, short rest happens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like so nice to get into a freaking hard encounter, use all my monk resources, just spamming them so I could just like fight at full strength, and then finally at the end of the encounter, repeat the fuck up and just boop, press the short rest button. And
Yeah,
get all my resources back.
Yeah, no, I think with the way Baldur's Gate is set, because like that one's a lot more open in the sense that like you're allowed to just kind of wander around and do stuff whenever, right? So like there's just more of an opportunity to actually just like sit down for 30 minutes.
Yep. Oh, how is it going? Welcome back. Anyways, we got one more mission in this string.
All right, let's do the last mission, and then we'll be done. And it's a Morkite mission, so let's have fun with that, I guess. Let me switch.
Also, I gotta say, we are surprisingly okay at the game because we could just duos has fours reliably.
Yes, actually, yeah, when you pointed out that to me the other week, I was like, oh yeah, I guess we are good at the, which makes sense. Like we've put in hundreds of hours at the, actually, how many hours have I put in?
I have 240.
I have 236. Oh, okay. And that's, I think that's not counting today's session. So so I would be over 240 now, but
yeah, no, it's like we reliably duo has fours, and we can pull off has fives as a duo.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a EDF in that way. We're like, if you think about it, we're actually shockingly good at EDF because we've
all in duos.
Yeah, in fact, EDF 5, we actually beat the entirety of it on hardest, which is quite the feat, actually.
That game has some bullshit fucking levels, I'll tell you.
Oh yeah, there's like what 116 levels or some shit,
and some of them are really bullshit.
Yeah, like the last like what 5 levels or 10, I don't even know. Like they're just fucking hard. I think the biggest gate for us towards the end was the BBCs. Or the BBPs, actually. The big black pillars. Anyways, what weapons do I want to play around with? Let me do sludge pump and microwave gun. Those are fun. Do I have anything special for the microwave gun? Oh. Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's awkward.
What?
No officially, but apparently D3 Publisher, the people who made make EDF, apparently recently, as in within the last year, they actually sold their freaking Western branch.
Oh, so that could be that might be a big reason why we haven't gotten EDF 6 yet.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that explains a lot.
I hope it means it's delayed by a lot, not never happening.
Yeah, because the EDF games actually are popular in the West.
Move it, guys. We're going
They might not be the biggest games ever, but you know,
let me grab a drink. But yeah, no, they're not the most popular. They're still really niche, but it's a very dedicated niche.
Yeah.
On Steam, they sold a lot of copies of EDF 5.
Yeah, in fact, here, let me just do something real quick. We'll go into...
Yeah, if you run those numbers, I'll be right back.
Well, yes, I'm going to go into Twitch here, go to browsing, and I'm just going to search EDF. So if I look at... let me look at specifically EDF 5. Oh, that's right, you have to spell it Earth Defense Force. We want you to spell it out. So EDF 5 has 13.9k followers, which is not a lot. To compare it to, you know, something on the main browsing page, for example, Minecraft has 34.6k viewers and a total of 54.8 million followers. So a fuck ton. But you know, if I were to look up, for example, the game we're playing, Deep Rock Galactic, which is also like comparatively niche, it has 115 total viewers right now and 125k followers. So it's like, you know, it's not too bad. It's so. Let's see, going back to EDF 5. Like, it's definitely niche, but I think it's popular within that niche. So, and what about EDF 6, which, while like not available to the West, is available to Japan?
Hurry up!
EDF 6 has 1.5k followers. Okay, what about EDF 4.1? 7.4k followers. So like, niche, definitely niche.
Yep.
But well loved within this niche. I mean, everybody loves the battle hymn of the Earth Defense Force.
War pigs.
The EDF
people. God, I remember realizing how fucking depressing the lyrics get late in the game.
Yeah. You're just like all my friends are dead.
And my lover fell. The EDF boy. Like,
yeah, it's just, it's like everyone I know and love has died, but I'm still going to fight anyways. Which is kind of sad. Which is really sad, actually. Though that game also late in the, like in the story of that game, very late into the story, like the government like literally advises people, hey, try to reduce your breathing because the sound could alert the bugs. Just like, dude, like, you know you're so cooked when the government's telling you to like maybe breathe.
Manage your breathing.
Like, stop breathing so hard. You're gonna let the aliens know where you are. It's like, oh god, that's bad. That's really bad.
It's wrapped in a very campy, silly shell, but it's a pretty grimdark story.
Yeah, actually. And I genuinely like EDF4's story, as camp as it is. But it like, I think it does the right type of camp. Because like EDF5, like we've both been pretty critical of the camp there, because it's like, it's too camp, right? It's,
yep.
And I suspect maybe some lost in translation, like tongue-in-cheek stuff might be,
yeah.
I don't know, like, hard to say.
Also, I do know thing, like some Japanese puns are just, they just don't translate at all.
Yeah, for sure. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe, you know, translations were better. We might. Oh, okay.
More kind here.
You know, I'm just remembering. Oh, was it a diplomat or somebody where they had a Japanese translator where he's like telling a joke, and the Japanese translator, instead of translating the joke, the translator like, what was it? The diplomat, was it Mr. Diplomat here is making a joke that actually does not translate very well into our language, but as a sign of respect to our diplomatic guests, please laugh when I tell you to do so. Joke gets finishes. Laugh now. And apparently the diplomat is like, you did a good job. You were the first translator I found that could actually tell a joke.
Well, about that. It's not so much that I told your joke, so much as I told them to laugh.
Wasn't it Reagan? Maybe it was. I thought it was like a diplomat.
I don't know. It might have been.
But considering how Reagan operates, that does sound like something he would do, though.
Reagan did like to tell jokes.
He was a very charismatic guy.
Oh, very, like, objectively speaking, he was super charismatic. Horrible for the country, but very charismatic.
It's part of what got him the office.
Don't waste your ammunition.
Yes, actually. It's also a big reason as to why Trump was president. And
Charisma's very powerful. Never mind, according to Reddit, it was Jimmy Carter.
Ah,
what?
okay.
I think he was also kind of a charismatic guy as well, actually.
Well, basically, in order to be elected president, you have to be charismatic. Like,
Yeah, there's a baseline charisma needed.
Nexus, or we will have a cliff that spawns on its hill forever.
And then there's Woodrow Wilson.
well, and I was gonna say, like in 2016, charisma was a huge factor in how that election went because one candidate was, like both candidates were absolute shit, but one of them was charismatic, the other one was basically had negative charisma. Guess which one won? Which is in stark contrast to 2020, where Biden actually out charisma Trump.
It is weird because last time I saw Biden, he had the charisma of an old mattress.
Yeah, well, so what's kind of interesting is that, like, he's kind of hitting that, like, senile charisma, if that makes sense. Like, where it's...
old man now.
Yeah, where it's like people kind of find him funny because he's old, because of, like, the things that old people do, right? Like, he'll just say some shit that's just kind of wild and crazy. Yeah, but like, yeah, but people remember it, right? And that matters. Even if it is cringe, it is cringe. But like, sometimes just it's cringe, but not like offensive, right? And that like hits like an interesting mark of like people will remember it, but they don't hate you for it. They maybe just think you're a bit weird. But then when you combine that with like, for example, what I consider the most memorable moment of the Biden-Trump debates, when Trump said, I don't even know what the fuck he said, something ridiculous. And Biden's response was very simple. Come on, man.
Come on.
I don't remember anything else from those debates. Like, not a single line. That's the only one I remember. And it was Biden just kind of feeling
flabbergasted.
Like, flabbergasted in the same way that I was feeling flabbergasted listening to it. So he kind of felt like a normal human.
Which is surprising, because the politician bots are actually doing their job, which is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's this weird dynamic, you know, and none of this is an endorsement of any of these guys. Like, I hate all of them.
I'm wondering if Facebook's Zuckerberg was actually a prototype lizard bot.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're like, he'll be more human than our other lizard bots. Fails utterly. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, point is, just charisma's
it's a very powerful stat.
It's a huge deal, and you need it if you're gonna run for any significant political office. Like, you simply just don't... You just don't win if you don't have the charisma. Which sometimes sucks, because, like, you know, what if you have someone who actually has, like, all the right policy ideas and stuff, but they're just, like... They're just...
a doornail.
Yeah, and that happens.
Who would you say is our most boring president we've had? I bet it's gonna be one of the older presidents.
Well, yeah,
like
so...
the dead guys.
Well, you know, that's a thing that is definitely... It probably is, because the way charisma would have been conveyed would be different, right? Because, like, charisma... The first election where charisma became historically significant was... who was the first one that ran on radio? Oh god, I'm like totally blinking so hard right now.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Shit. Can someone in chat, who was the first president to run for office on radio? If one of you could look it up.
Yeah. And then the next most, yeah, I'll go ahead and skip to the one that after that because I do remember the next advancement that was like significant in terms of like a presidential candidate's charisma was their appearance, because now you could see them on TV, and that was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And a lot of people attribute his victory over Nixon to the fact that, like, yeah, he looks handsome on TV. Nixon did not.
He was a very fuckable president.
Yeah, and like I think that understates, you know, the actual like other things that were going on with that political campaign. But like,
Also, titty boots.
but it is pretty undeniable that like yeah, JFK being as charismatic as he was, and including like his handsomeness, definitely helped his campaign.
Also, there's jet boots that I got on the first try.
Okay. Well, I'm not a scout,
Oh, yeah.
so I have to figure out how to get up there.
Lloyd! Jet boots activated.
But yeah, it's possible that like a lot of the 19th century presidents, because you know radio and television weren't really a thing back then.
Mhm.
It's possible a lot of them might have just been kind of boring as bricks, but like when you put their like speeches on paper or whatever, they like seems like pretty solid or whatever.
FDR had his whole fireside chat thing, but Coolidge was on radio before him. Ah, okay.
Okay. Yeah. I suppose in like the 19th century, if like a political campaign had someone who like had like a good speechwriter and they sent that out to like, you know, various publications across the country, then that would probably help a lot, right?
Yep. Yo, speaking of radio, you know, what's a wild thought that I had that I told my mom about recently, and we were
What?
just like, huh, that's wild to think about. My great grandma, the one I've taken care of for years, you know, who passed some months ago.
Mm-hmm.
What's it? We just realized, considering when she was born and like she was on the res and everything, it's like she was born and raised in an area and time where radio was a massive fucking luxury. Like one of the most rarest things out there.
Mhm.
To where she was chilling out in a goddamn lazy boy with every single show she could ever want on demand at her goddamn fingertips in an air-conditioned room.
Ludicrous speed. Lights on.
And then just like think about all the like advances in tech leading up to that.
Yeah, it does kind of make you think like what sorts of like weird technological advances are gonna be happening by the time we're like,
The similar age.
yeah.
Like she legit got to town on horse and carriages.
Like, for example, I think one of the big things for millennials in particular will be like, oh, that is a drop. And I fell.
no.
And I survived.
This is the best. Ow!
And then I got shot. But I think one of the big ones for millennials in particular would be like maybe too young to remember like the first computer, but old enough to remember the first smartphone.
Yep.
Because like I think Gen X has like the first computer thing, right? The computer, well, not first computer, I guess, but like,
Well, personal computing.
but like, yeah, personal computing, right? But like,
Gen X is when it finally became like possibility, essentially.
Yeah, and that's when it was like, oh yeah, this is like a thing that people can just have.
Yeah, like it costs a lot of money, but yes, you can have it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm getting the cleansing.
And then
Gen X are the ones who built a lot of the infrastructure that now powers most of our tech.
yeah,
Stand by. Cleansing pod is on its way. Your cleansing equipment has arrived. Time to get dirty, team.
So it's like looking from that to then, it's like Jesus Christ. Like what will we see by the time we're old as shit?
yeah, hard to say.
Flowing lithophone. Catch me.
Not sure if you were truly alive, sucking up now. Most certainly dead.
Contact. We got 4, wait, 6, no, 12. A lot of aliens heading your way.
Just a little bit more foam.
Water wants that overheat.
Swarm, it's a big one, team.
I guess a little bit of a clarification about the personal computer stuff. It might be better, it might be more accurate to say like boomers do kind of have the personal computing thing first, but the Gen X definitely has internet. That was
Yeah,
like
definitely fucking internet.
that was a big innovation that Gen X would kind of like uniquely experience. Well, I mean boomers were around too, but like.
But you know, basically it's like it's a transitionary era, but definitely the fucking internet.
Yeah. Thought I still had more Jetty boot fuel.
Die, you pox noodle! Let's clear them out!
Of course, there's also like other like cultural and or like political events that often define like events for a generation. Like for us, the big one would be like 9/11, right? Where it's like for millennials that was like a childhood like event that like even if we didn't really remember it directly, like we kind of
It directly affected us.
well, and like there was like this processing that we had to like. For example, I remember, like I was young when that happened, but like I remember. This is gonna sound kind of fucked, but like I remember being a kid and drawing on a whiteboard planes going into skyscrapers. Like that's a thing that I did like a lot. And it's like it's kind of funny because like I have no direct memory of 9/11 like the day, but I remember doing that, which means like my childhood brain was clearly trying to process
Grabbing
something
ammo.
that was a big deal.
Yeah.
And of course, what a funny way for a kid to process something. Why the fuck were you drawing 9/11 in school? I wasn't drawing it in school. I was drawing it in my house. I don't know if that's better, but like, I don't
Also,
know.
you're like 5 or 6.
I was like, I think I was a little. No, because that was I would have been like 4.
Oh yeah.
I was 4 when 9/11 happened.
I would have been like 5.
Yeah, you would have been like freshly 5. I would have been like I guess 4.5, but like. So it's like, just right on that threshold of my memory, you know. But the fallout from that, you know, the war on terror, like a lot of that stuff I remember more directly.
Area cleansed.
I mean, hell, we're still in the war on terror, you know, we're still experiencing that, but like,
Look, I found!
it's a lot easier to remember more of the initial events.
Heading
There'd be
to the mule.
Where is the mule? It's right there.
Let's see if you can get me up here, stupid bugs. Down
And I think for, you know, when I talk to my parents and stuff, they often their like comparable event would be like maybe like the fall of the Berlin Wall or the Challenger explosion. And that one was like a pretty big deal in a similar fashion because it was like, here's this big thing that was like a tragic accident that was televised across the country to school children because they were going because like the country was very excited about the challenge. They were literally going to have like science
Normal people.
They were like there was like going to be science classes taught from space on the Challenger, and it exploded in atmosphere. So that sucks. And so, you know, a lot of Gen X kids were in school watching this live when it exploded.
I love these things.
Yep.
That's rough.
Getting supplies.
And Big Bird was almost on the Challenger. Like,
oh my god.
Like actually, like they were going to have. There were some plans that ultimately fell through to have Big Bird be on the Challenger.
It could have been even more horrifying.
And if that had happened, Big Bird would have died, and they would have had to, and like, it would have been the only canon death in Sesame Street. like, dude, we came this close to a fucking Muppet dying, like for real. Does Big Bird count?
I don't feel so good.
Does Big Bird count as a Muppet because it's so big?
Yeah.
Okay.
Henson, Mr. Henson, I don't feel so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's ridiculous. Also, once again, we're having a more kind mission where it just takes fucking forever.
Yep.
Oh, hey, more life
Other
of
kids
age.
draws the shadow people they see in their dreams. Sin draws 9/11.
I mean, I don't know, man. That was a kid.
Oh my god, what is this fucking place? Look at all this corruption.
It's hell. That's what it is. This is what happens when you shoot a hole into the surface of Hoxxes.
This is what happens when 9/11. All this corruption.
Jet boots activated.
Out of ammo.
Back in the good old days of 9/11.
Airborne. We need cleansing tools to get the job done.
Oh shit, we need more nitro.
Cleansing pod incoming.
Oh shit.
I am
we
basically
do.
completely out of
Okay.
ammo.
Okay. Nitro hunt now. Okay, found some nitro on the floor, probably from loot bugs.
Do be sure to keep contact with the infection to a minimum.
I do see a lot of Morkite here, so we might not. This might be like the last like significant chamber we need to explore.
Oh, we got rock puck sign. Repeat, rock puck sign.
Nuke bug pop. Think you can kill me? Well, think again.
This is it. Try not to die.
You know, I do think it's funny to think that like the little kid version of me drew 9/11. No, it wasn't that I was specifically drawing exactly 9/11. I would draw lots of buildings and lots of planes. I was not.
You wanted 9/11 times 1,000.
I wanted 9 to the power of 11. I do think it's kind of funny to think about though, because I think it suggests that like, oh yeah, this kid's gonna grow up to have dark humor. Which, like, my family, particularly my dad's side of the family, all has like a dark sense of humor.
Rock puck's larva splattered.
It's great.
I came, I saw,
look for freaking nitro, man.
I know. Oh, I found some nitro. We literally walked right past it.
Time to pay Molly a visit. These boots are not made for
Hang in
walking.
there. The wave is almost dealt with. Dispatch whatever's left.
I'm getting infected.
Oh my god, how is there more?
They were chasing me.
Fuck it.
Let's order a supply. This space blade is the worst.
This place is so fucked.
Chop suey coming up.
Okay.
Inventory is full. Time to deposit.
Okay. We have enough nitrous, so when we get back down there, fucking be done already. There we go. When we get back down here, we can call it a fucking thing. So.
Resupply ordered.
Stand back. Supply pod inbound.
You know, I still think about one of the classic Family Guy bits of 9, 11, roaring applause.
Well, yeah, because like it's basically just commentary on the 2004 election,
Time to find Molly.
or just early 2000s elections in general, really. That like as long as you just mention 9/11 and like how you were like gonna like if you projected strength about like the U.S. and that stuff, like Americans just kind of ate that up. Where the fuck is
Also, do you
Mark?
think having school children watch footage of thousands of people dying every September might be a bit traumatizing? Probably.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have teachers that actually had us like watch it, but like there was definitely like the mandated like minute of silence or whatever, to, like to kind of commemorate it, or like in memorial of like those who had died and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, I think the vaguest memory I have of like 9/11 was basically I was like in kindergarten, and all I remember is like basically we didn't have the TV had the TV on at the time and all that, but basically like some of the staff started like talking to each other, like the teacher and everything, and then immediately like that's when we went to like lockdown, and it was like a case of like, huh, what's going on? Like that's literally all most of the kids reaction was what's going on, like we don't know what the hell's going on. And then I knew it was weird because then like my mom like came and picked me up from school.
Well, except actually that wouldn't have been the day of though, because we're on West Coast time. By the time by the time our school would have even been like
Notified.
Yeah, by the time we would have been going to school, like
What time did it happen then?
yeah, no, in fact, I don't think either of us were in like I don't think we were in kindergarten yet, actually.
Yeah, that might be one of those.
It
Like,
might
weird false
maybe
memories your brain creates.
You know what? Maybe it was like preschool or something.
Maybe.
Did you do a preschool?
I probably did, knowing my mom.
'Cause I know I did. I have some memories of preschool. And yeah, knowing your mom, if it was available, she definitely would have. So she probably did.
Yep.
What the fuck is?
And yeah, it's like a vague memories. It's like I don't have all the details, but like that would line up.
Yeah, so maybe it was like a daycare type of thing, which would make sense for it being maybe potentially earlier in the day.
Yep.
I don't know how early. I don't know, but like.
Yeah, because normally my mom would like she was working night shift. That's like normally she'd be asleep and my dad would be at work.
But yeah, it could also just be like if there was like a lockdown at like your elementary school or something. it could have been born out of that kind of like 9/11 paranoia, right? Because
yeah.
because people were just like paranoid at the time.
Like, I know my freaking, people like my res apparently went on to freaking high alert at the time.
Yeah.
Especially because, you know, we had a lot of still open pit uranium mines.
Jet modules are too hot.
And it's like, we don't know the, like, again, the nation did not know the scope of the attacks. Even just like the 1% possibility of a dirty bomb attempt.
Yeah. Well, and one thing I find fascinating looking back at news footage from that day is just like, yeah, they really there was complete like confusion and people had no fucking clue what was going on. Like, in fact, like there wasn't even like good footage or anything of like the first plane making contact. So like, people didn't even know what had actually happened. They knew there was some kind of big explosion at the World Trade Center. They didn't know that it was a plane, or at least there were some rumors that it was a plane, but like they didn't quite take that seriously. Cause like, what the fuck would a plane be doing there?
Cover Rockbox foils.
846 and 903 is times the first and second impacts.
Yeah. Well, and so I remember watching footage like some years ago, and like, you could see the second plane like long before it hits, and like because you just kind of see this like airplane in the background of like the news footage, and you know, knowing that there's two planes that hit the World Trade Center, it's like, well, I think I know what that's about to do. And sure enough, that's exactly what that was. And when that one hit, there was like, that was the moment that like, oh, so we are like, okay, so the World Trade Center is deliberately being attacked by planes, and this is a deliberate attack on the United States. Okay, that was the moment, like, there was like this shift, like, okay, we are...
937 and 1003, the Pentagon and the, the passengers taking back the plane. I think that, yeah, that would line up with, like, school kids in our time zone being notified.
That might make sense.
Drop pod has arrived. The mule has been called back.
Yeah, those two would line up with, and you know, considering how
God.
like people waiting to confirm news and everything, I think that lines up perfectly. I think.
You know, okay, so tangential thought. Earlier, I was like thinking, like when we were on break, like, oh, I wonder what I'm gonna put in the thumbnail when I put this on YouTube. Maybe
9/11?
like, maybe. Well, I was thinking like maybe like Luke Skywalker and like Osama bin Laden or something like that, because we were talking about Star Wars, and we also like made it. You made a joke about how Twilight only happened because of 9/11.
Oh my god, we circled right back to 9/11 again.
Well, yeah, here we are talking in much more detail about it. Holy shit. I don't know how much I could get away with for the YouTube thumbnail about that, though. It's certainly hitting a certain type of...
Morales gets into a plane, and in that universe, the year 2001, there's guys about to peek over the plane. Miguel, no, Miles, it's a canon event.
Fuck. I got like bounced around by the Stinktails, by the way.
The thunder from down under. Lighting up! No!
The mule has docked, initiating launch sequence.
Fuck, I'm out of grenades. Or
Drop
boomerangs.
pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Get that red sugar. Yeah.
We better hurry.
Look, all you need to do is get up to me, which is mostly swarmed by the lightning things, and there's some glyphids there too, actually. I'm in a pretty weird spot. Like, I'm next to the drop pod, It's kind of awkward.
I'll never get the smell out of my armor. Catch me if you can. I need more ammo.
Fuck, I'm really out of ammo again.
You gotta figure something out here.
Your time is up, Crate.
Okay.
I
Drop
love
pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
I mean, worst case scenario, you just yeet yourself into the drop pod as it closes its doors.
Yep.
Off we go.
Okay, we got this. Just get in. Woo!
No dwarf left behind.
Hell yeah! Thank you.
Also, in that scenario, we had no ammo. Scout's mobility is the only reason I'm alive.
Yup.
Me as a scout is wearing the heaviest armor.
Yeah. I like how our victory poses were coordinated at the end there.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool. There's been one of these fucking mining expeditions. That took so long. It was 40 minutes.
Way too long.
I mean, to be fair, I guess a lot of missions will take 40 minutes, but oof. Anyways.
The memorial hall is where we honor the
So,
fallen. Feel free to walk around and pay
thanks
your
for
respects.
watching, guys. And talking about
9/11.
9/11. Yeah.
9/11.
Hey, if you're watching this on YouTube for some fucking reason, what's your traumatic childhood event that you couldn't process but did a weird thing with? I don't know.
Maybe for Zoomers, it'll be the 2008 crash and like their parents freaking out financially.
That's also us, though. So it's
That is
like,
us too, actually.
yeah, I don't know.
9/11 and killing baby Hitler.
What? Oh yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah, that's right. What it is for Zoomers is COVID. That's the answer. Which is about 20 years later, so it's like, yeah, it's pretty close. To like, because I would say a generation roughly would be like 20 to 25 years. Maybe, and honestly, maybe it should be more like 30, because like people are having kids later and later in life. So.
Restarting the gravity generator.
Anyways, but thanks for hanging out with us and messing with gravity and all that shit. So Rez has some more streams this week.
I'm streaming Baldur's Gate tomorrow, actually.
Oh, cool. Excellent.
And then Friday, I'll be doing more, what was it, Armored Core, then Showdown Saturday.
Alright. Yeah, and I'll be streaming with my wife on Saturday, and we'll be planning some more Shift Happens, and I'll also explain where I was last week. I guess, I guess I could say, the reason why we didn't stream this past Saturday is because my wife and I went to a comedy show, and we saw this wonderful comic by the name of Gabriel Iglesias.
Fluffy.
Yeah, Fluffy.
Oh my god!
Yeah. So we'll probably talk about that a bit, and then we'll play Shift Happens and stuff like that. And on Sunday, Master Sword Sunday, more Breath of the Wild, more Master Mode, and I'm thinking of going to the jungle. I'll have to think about that throughout the week.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Yeah. So, because I just got Mifa's Grace, and I don't know. I'm not gonna rush to the next Divine Beast, so I kind of want to like, what's another cool thing I could do in Breath of the Wild before I go?
You got
to
everything you
Gorons?
want, honey. Me
So.
got the names.
And of course, next week, more Together Tuesday. So, yeah. Do you have a raid target?
Let me see. Millennials remember 9/11, Zoomers remember Harambe, and Gen 8 doesn't remember either of those.
Hey, Harambe hits for us too. Harambe's a shared event.
Unfortunately, Harambe is a canon event. Miles, don't intervene. Don't disarm the zookeeper. It's a canon event.
All right, so who should we raid?
I don't really have any targets. Damn.
I have someone actually. Someone that has been on hiatus for a while.
Is it
But
man?
It it is Toke Shige.
I hate how I just like immediately drew that up.
Yeah. And if he's or they're a VTuber that we met like I don't know, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, more like 2 years ago.
Like 2 years ago.
They're really cool. They have a very fun and comfy vibe. They've been on hiatus for like I don't know, like 6 months or something. And it looks like they decided to come back to Twitch today. So go have fun with them, and go waste if you have any points to waste over there. Go ahead and waste them for me, and you can get those points by following too. So,
oh wait, DM me the thing. I'm actually not following them.
Oh, okay. Well, let me go ahead and boom. But yeah, they're really cool. They're one of the VTubers that you discovered in that like
that initial bit,
that initial group, and they're like it's like Toke and like Shuni are like the two from that group that have been like very consistently like very like friendly and welcoming towards me. Anytime I've like ever like shown up or said hi or whatever. So I think very highly of them in terms of just like being like good people and nice and stuff. And Toke has a kind of cursed sense of humor that I can vibe with too. So yeah, go have fun with them, and I'll see you guys this weekend and next Tuesday as well. So love you, and bye bye.
Bye bye. That was a good stream.
Yeah.